Chrisean Shawnee Malone.
Hey, we're here with Jonathan Porter, standout quarterback for the Arleta football team.
Here's Shawnee.
I'm the youngest in the competition. I've been through more than most.
9 of 13, 151 yards, 2 touchdowns. You guys were up 36-14 at halftime.
The athletics saved me. It was like an outlet for me on the track.
Jonathan, you guys hung on. First Division I victory for Arleta High. Just take me through the game. How'd you guys pull it off?
I can put myself through college, and I'm going to win tonight.
We just came in confident. We knew we had the guys to do it. We knew we had the lineman to block. We just came out and fought hard.
Daydream with me, let your mind explore all the things we were created for. Possibilities, an open door that keeps us reaching out for more. Sure that I'm not sure, but knowing I don't know it, so I listen for my inner voice. Carry the winds, drown out the rain, but will it make sense without the pain? Will color me blue, then tickle me pink. Who knew that at the brink of being, life could begin?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Evelyn. I'm here to introduce you to a new level of entertainment. The stars have aligned, connecting Brooklyn, New York, Sacramento, California, and Atlanta, Georgia. The team. Introducing Flatbush, Brooklyn's finest, the boss, Chef Choupino. Hailing from Sacramento, California, is Andrea Lynch. From the dirty South Atlanta, Georgia, is your boy, Victor Freeze Music, or just Vic.
Club phone jump, it's the weekend. Dream come true with the big friends. Hitting on doors, that's the defense. Rolling with all, that's the offense. It me change, you let me peach. With our boy vou shake it to my baby drop bands. Today on by nice today on by you the kid play baby, tell me what you want. Julian, I know you live from. Ever since remember we been knocking at the door. Y'all be moving paper, we be running up the school. Y'all before that pillar, we was sleeping on the floor. West side Africa, you know the shit ain't far. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Profit, baby. Come roll with me. All night long. As times relax, my mind's relaxed. I got now from who got next. Here's my number, just send a text. You got a man and she responds, nah. Okay, showing up. I'ma let you go, don't wanna hold you up. I'ma call your phone when I'm putting up. Whoever let you go must be them as far. Wait far. Girl, you so fine, I pay for. Fly you first class to LA for. Body so blessed, I pray for. Body so blessed, I pray for. Because I don't care what you say. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Driving all night long. My nigga, I killed it. Night long. It's the part where you get your girl, nigga. Make sure she focused, nigga. Make sure you focus, nigga. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, hit it. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Driving all night long. I don't care what they say. That's a hit for your ass, nigga. Hit for your ass, nigga. Prophet the One. Follow me on all Instagram sites, PROPHETTHEONE. That's Prophet the One in case you couldn't spell. But if you could, you already got it. Like Prophet like God, and then duh like duh, nigga. And then one like nigga, I'm the motherfucking one, nigga. You can't miss it. Follow me now.
What the camera was, let me talk to you.
Yo, man. It's the first file on the brain. The first file. That's it. Yeah, man.
They got light right here, bro. Set the light, bro. Light.
We back. We never left. What's going on, y'all? It's your boy, Chef Choupino in the spot, welcoming you to another session of intellectual debauchery. What's good? What's good? Let me get a one. Let me get a one in the chat. Please let me get a one in the chat if you could hear my voice. If it's crispy, make sure we got this lighting situated correctly. Microphone check. Can I get a one in the chat? There we go. What's good, y'all? It's Chef on deck. I'm glad to see everybody is still here, safe, blessed, with the peace, love, and the light. And I wanted to talk to you guys. I always talk about, all of the topics that everybody talks about. Sometimes call me a conversational snob. I don't like to just do reality talk. But in this situation, I thought it was important to do some reality talk because it was heavy. Some of this stuff definitely impacted my spirit. And it made me ask some questions, some real questions. So today, what I wanted to do was talk about it with you guys, share some clips. Of course, I'm going to say now, fair use, 1801, fair use. This may get taken down because I'm going to be using some clips. Zeus Network may be trying to kick my ass in the morning. Who knows? But nonetheless, we'll put that one on the Patreon, or members only. members only is actually going to be opening up within the next 72 hours. I just wanted to make sure I had let's say, a nice stream of content to be able to give you guys exclusive. And so I'm going to be giving you guys early access to the shorts that I upload. I've been picking up a lot of subscribers based on the shorts. And there's some experimental stuff that you guys haven't seen that I'm going to be sharing as well. So stay tuned. I didn't want to open up membership until I had something to give you that the freebie folks don't. All right. So let's keep this thing going for this discussion tonight. We have two people that are going to be vibing with me. One of them is this one that you know right here.
What's up?
Uh-oh, with some new glasses. With some new glasses.
Yes.
And her name is just Andrea, a.k.a. Andrea Lynch, a.k.a. Sacramento's finest, a.k.a. that's some bullshit. All right. What up, yo? How you doing?
How everybody's doing?
I'm good, man. This is a real conversation for us to have tonight. What you think?
Yeah, 7 episodes was enough for me. Yes, it was a lot.
Right. All right. Yo, you hold on 1 second. Before we get started, you freezing up a little bit. I know you got like 14 foster kids. You might want to check to make sure that
they're all outside. Ain't nobody computer over except mine. Okay,
cool. Just making sure. My guy, Derek C. Williams. So before we bring on the next co-host, we had a special co-host, right? Before we bring them on, tell me what I made you sit through.
7 episodes of Blueface and Chrisean Rock. It was a lot, okay? It was a lot. It fucked with my spirit. I ain't gonna even lie to you. It was a lot for me to handle. And first of all, I had to watch it, and then I had to cut it off for a minute, and I had to just clear my thoughts in my mind. But it was a lot. It was a lot that I didn't like. Even if I had a son or a daughter, I would be having deep conversations with them over this situation. And I do talk to my daughter about the situation. And she was asking me, why are you watching this shit? I was like, I only do this for research. This is not nothing I'm going to watch because I like to watch it. I'm only doing for research for this show. But she was asking me why I was watching it.
Right. It was almost like she didn't want to expose your spirit to that.
Yes.
All right. So
like, watch this.
Okay. So before we start showing love to the chat, I'm gonna bring up the third guest host for the night. You may have seen this particular guest host on a few other channels, popping in. They are not currently a content creator. However, some of the guest spots and guest visits they did were pretty pivotal. So I'd like to introduce Chicago's finest, Busy. What it do, Biz?
What's up, Chef? What's up, Andrea?
Hey, how you doing, Biz?
Hey, everybody.
What's going? Oh, you coming in humble right now. I see you. How you feeling, Biz? Let these folks know. Let these folks know what makes you a special, unique soul in this universe, fam.
Not a lot, but I'll be like you said. I'm around. I'm here. Nothing really interesting, but I'm here and I'm busy. That's why my name is
nothing interesting. So let me just take your ass down now if you ain't interested.
but I got some things to share. On this topic tonight that may be interesting because I'm with Andrea. It messed with my spirit. But it was so disturbing that I couldn't stop watching because I was hoping for something to change. So I kept watching it in hopes that I seen something different. So it was definitely a lot to intake.
All right. So with that being said, let's start sharing some love. Peace. Dawn Frank, A1 Day 1. What up, Dawn? Peace to Mika Marcel, another A1 Day 1. I see you. And then the third A1, day one, quantum love metaphysician. All right. Those three ladies been there from the beginning. Who else we got in here? My guy, Danique, the first guy to ever edit a chef show. Who else we got? Who else we have? People started popping in later. Let me see. Of course, we got Andrea. All right. Who else? Hey, Derek C. Williams, the wise bard, my guy. You know, it's going to be time at some point for you to jump through, and I dropped the link out there, family. Look at Andrea's face. Yes, he holds Andrea accountable. That's why she make that face. All right. I love it. Lady Navoa. Yeah, you might have to pop up in here at some point. All right. Big rig slaps. Just make sure you're not the one that he has to slap. All right. Be a dramatic red lipstick vibe. What up, Ty? What up? Yeah, man. We gonna have to talk, yo. We gonna have to talk, man. I'm gonna need some help with all of that content, man. We gotta talk, family. All right. E Blizzy. Yes. Biz Busy's in the spot tonight. In the spot. Who else we have? All right. It's pretty much everybody. So, Chrisean and Blueface.
Mm-hmm.
I swear to you, I didn't want to see it. I wasn't really interested. But them damn YouTube shorts, they sprinkle them everywhere in their YouTube shorts, right? And you keep saying them. And in my mind, at first, it was the equivalent of Stevie J and Jocelyn Hernandez, right?
Mm-hmm.
It was the equivalent of Stevie J and Jocelyn. But then as I started to watch a little more, it morphed. Mm-hmm. It morphed into Bobby and Whitney.
True.
And once it morphed into Bobby and Whitney, that's when I started getting this weird pit in my stomach as watching it. It created a certain level of fear. Mm-hmm. And I want to talk about that. Mm-hmm. But before I do, you notice in the beginning, I did play a clip. It was a clip that I had edited, a little what I call my teaser trailer that was edited. And in terms of that trailer, one of the first things that I wanted to do, I wanted to be responsible and not just talk about this like some mess. Mm-hmm. So I wanted you guys to see them in their most purest, innocent form. And there's a reason. We're going to talk about that a bit later in the show. But I showed them in their most purest, innocent form. Both of them were let's call them beautiful, attractive D1 athletes with the world ahead of them. D1 athletes. Blueface has records at Arleta High School in California. All right. Mm-hmm. Dude passed for over 316 yards in a game. One game. Chrisean was on TV. She was an ultimate tag. So these were two people that in church, my family's from Haiti, so it's French speaking. So there was a term called les enfants de la promesse. What that means is the promised child. Mm-hmm. We all know those promised children. Those are the ones, we may call them the golden child, but those happen to be the children that we all will see and be like, God has something special destined for that kid. Mm-hmm. Even if it's not our kid, mm-hmm. we understand that. There's a certain energy, there's a certain power that comes from the purpose that our Lord puts us in place for. Someone to call it miracles or whatever, but if God says that he has a place for Andrea to be in 10 years, he may curate the people that come before her. But the opposite, antithetical, evil entity, I won't say his name, the dark one, will put people in the path to move you away. And sometimes it's our creator that creates miraculous situations that allow us to circumvent or get around those evil obstacles. So what I want to do first is I'm going to show how they met. All right. I want to show how they met because there's a lot of conversation. We're going to talk about a lot of stuff tonight, y'all. And it can be a debate without question. And I'm open for debate because there's a lot of conversation that exists out here in these spaces. There's a lot of blame going on. There's a lot of leaning to different tendencies going on. And I want to bring out all of those things tonight, as many as I can. So let's talk about how they met. Peace to Mag TV, fair use.
Blueface Bad Girls Club gets off to a rocky start on the first day.
This ain't no reality show. This real life. Right. And my OnlyFans is $25 right now, but I'm gonna raise it to $50 tomorrow because y'all think I'm playing with this shit. School you. It's not about the money, guys. Instagram and YouTube will only let me post so much content. And let's say, for instance, we all get butt naked and start wrestling. Y'all ain't gonna be able to see us, you feel me? I don't want the kids to see that anyway. So the OnlyFans is the best way for me to get the right crowd to see the right things. Feel me? Yeah. Think about it. Hey, yeah, Bible, what you doing? You say you doing what? Yeah, they can't know where we live at, cuz. Man, call. They gotta take a before we even. Hey, y'all got. It's to ride. Before we take off. Before we even go. What you doing? What's your name? Tell me your name. Weezy. How you doing? What's your name? Irie. Irie. Okay. What's your name? Amberlyn. Amberlyn. Okay. What's your name? Bonnie. Bonnie, okay, okay. What's your name? Remy. Remy, okay. What's your name? Z, okay. What's your name? Name? Roya. Roya, okay. We got everybody in this thing. Your name? What's up, y'all? Yeah, of course. Of course. Your name? Kayla. Kayla. Yeah, no shoes in the house. Come on now. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. What did I get myself into? They got dunk contest going on? Alright. Oh, alright. Alright. I got beds. Yeah, y'all lit. Y'all lit.
Let me know. What you talking about? What you geeking for? Alright, Dad, you take that bed from me. What you geeking for?
They getting cracking already, cuz.
Listen, she better from the jump. I just had to get that.
Oh my god, y'all f***ing already, cuz? Come on now.
That's whatever. I want the pink bed. Like I said,
you want the pink bed?
12 seconds later.
Where's security? Where's security? Hey, he just got here. That quick. She been better. Oh my god. All right.
Come on. Let's take the bed. Let's take the bed. Come on.
Oh my god.
Everybody was happy, Charlie. She been better all day.
Oh wait, bro, don't look. He's not ready, good. Hey, I'm not breaking a no. Chris. Like, we just got here. I'm gonna get y'all bed. I'm gonna get y'all bed. Don't worry. I'm gonna get y'all bed. You want a pink one? All right, I'm gonna get her a pink bed. We can't, man. We on some women empowerment.
Hey, don't come here starting no shit.
I did this to empower the women.
I got pop you, I will. Shut up.
All right, look. Y'all hungry? Y'all hungry? Y'all hungry? Who hungry? It's too early. We just got here, man. We just got here.
Wait, I can't say.
It's too early. Wait. Zillow, you security.
So that is how Jonathan Lamar Porter met Chrisean something Malone. Chrisean Rock. Rock is not her actual last name. Rock actually is the name that he gave her, kind of like a play on Chris Rock. Chrisean Rock, but her nickname, because of the way she behaved, was Rockhead early. So he ended up calling her Chrisean Rock. Yes, showing a whole ass.
Well, I was
right. Showing their whole ass, not the asshole. You know what I mean? The whole ass, cheeks and everything. So that's how they met. Hold on one second. Okay. Moderators, please. Make sure you handle them folks that trying to advertise over here while we trying to talk. So, okay, we lost Busy for a second. So let's do this.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me about what you, and I want to kind of walk it along. Tell me about what you thought when you first, in terms of them meeting. What did you notice about that?
She wasn't hype. She wasn't. She asked me for a hug. She wasn't hype as I thought she would have been hype, because in the other episode she's really hype. So she wasn't as hype. She was a little, I'll say, a little centered. Maybe she ain't had no alcohol, no weed yet. Okay, I'm just saying.
Okay. So, all right, I could see that. This, what did you notice when you looked at that clip about how they met? Showing how they met. What did you think? Is there anything that stood out to you? Biz? Okay, I guess Biz can't come off mute right now. So.
No, I'm here now. I couldn't, for some reason, my mic was messed up, so I can hear you now. I'm sorry.
All right. So you saw the clip?
I did see the clip.
All right. So is there anything that stood out to you about that clip?
Well, the fact that he was, Blueface was so entertained at the fact that these women were over there brawling like that.
Oh, that's all you was able to see? That's all you was able to see?
And all the mess, all the fighting that was, all the chaos that was going on back there.
That's interesting. Oh, damn, I ain't got no children. So
I think he's used to chaos. That's why it don't bother him. Because I was, everybody in my house would be like, "Oh, be quiet, honey, it's loud up in here." But he's used to chaos. That's why it don't even bother him. It didn't faze him one bit.
Wasn't phased.
So that's interesting. So it's funny. So I saw what you guys noticed, and I see what you noticed, Biz. So one thing that I did notice was this. That was a really, really interesting moment. I think that in terms of life, when we think about the stuff we've been through, especially those of us that are solid folks, we've been battle tested with life. And one of the things that we always forget is that as life brings us those tests and those battles that we go through, it also diminishes a certain beautiful essence that we all have, which is called naivete. Innocence. Naivete is pretty much the French word for innocence, where we're unsullied by the world, where we still believe in Santa Claus, if you understand where I'm coming from. We still believe in the hope and the dream, and we don't have those things to bring us down and, you know, and lose hope. And one thing I noticed when I looked was that look in her eyes. And in that moment, she asked him, "Can I get a hug?" That's going to be important as we move along. Remember, we're not just going to talk regular mess. That look in her eyes where she needed just to be physically connected to that person for that moment. And it meant the world to her. Physical touch, that's something that's important. Don't get it twisted. Did you know that when you go and deliver a baby in the hospital, one of the first things that they do is the mother and baby bonding to allow that child to get the physical touch of their mom? They charge you for that shit in the hospitals. They literally charge you for it because it's a necessary thing to take place. That's what she needed at that time. I'm bringing that up because we're going to get back to that. So what do you think of, and what do y'all think in terms of what I just mentioned about her reaction within that moment?
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like it always seemed like for me, she's lacking something like that physical touch. She's always needing it.
But before we get to the lack, I don't want to control your speech, but before we get to the lack part, before we get to the why,
okay,
in terms of just noticing what she needed in that moment, what do you think about that? Because that was, to me, that was a very powerful moment, because that was the first time they ever met.
And none of the other girls asked for no hugs. None of the other girls like, "Hey, my name is," and she was like, "Can I get a hug?" And I was like, None of the other girls, they didn't even. It's like the moment was bigger than Blueface. She wanted, the moment was bigger than him, and
It was
wanted the hug.
Right. Did
And
you notice how many of
the other girls wasn't as tentative as she was.
They were in their phone.
They was on their phone. Hey, that's like, my name is, but she was like, "Can I get a hug?" They, she wanted a connection right then. The other girls didn't.
I agree.
Busy, on their phones, doing their hair, something else.
All right. And let me just send a shout out to my brother. He's part of the chef. He's the president of the Chef Choupino team in Canada. Him and Aaron Laura. Peace, Gabrielle. Sekap Fet, mon frère, my Haitian brother. So, Biz,
yeah. So I think that she may have looked to him because that may have been her safe place in that moment. Maybe with her life experience or whatever she's gone through, that may have been, her safe haven at that moment. That's going to put her back, recenter her focus possibly.
Recenter her focus. Talk to me about that.
I mean, she was just got through brawling, right? And so, even, and I know we haven't gotten into the show, so without me saying so much, is that's what she leaned on a lot throughout the episodes that I watched. So I think that she looks for affection or love from somebody that she trusts or feels safe with. And that just speaks a lot about, the life that she lived, possibly.
Yes.
Okay. Life she lives. I could definitely see that. So when I look at it, because I'm looking at it holistically and macro lensing, which means zooming out and looking at all of the pieces, I know that I put myself in his situation, in his shoes within that moment. And that's what, to me, I think made it a more beautiful moment. Because one of the questions people's going to ask is, Why would you deal with this person? Why? But folks rarely get to see the inception of a relationship. We look from the outside and we look into other people's windows, and what we see is where it is now. And we talk like we're the smartest people in the freaking world. You know, talking about I would have done this, I would have done that, he should have done this, he should have done that. It's easy to Monday morning quarterback somebody else's life.
True. That is so true.
But then when you watch that inception, what I saw was he got on a bus with a bunch of prima donnas. He got on a bus with a bunch of prima donnas to the extent where he's a millionaire, a multimillionaire artist, the head of the show. Imagine if this was The Bachelor. His was crazy. They wouldn't do that on The Bachelor. He's literally coming to tell them hi. He's the reason. He's the impetus, the precipitating factor for them even being there, being able to stay in a mansion for a certain amount of time. And they can't even take the phone. It's like, hey. Hey. They were more concerned with themselves.
Yes.
And then he got to a point where he met somebody on the back of the bus that all she was concerned with was just having physical contact with him. So when you ask in terms of him, that could be one of the reasons. What y'all think about that?
Yes.
Maybe I missed the part at the end. You said that could be him with her. Are you saying when he went to the back of the bus and noticed that she was back there? Because I think my phone went out a little bit on my mind.
No. So what I was stating was, for him, I had put myself into his shoes, and walking onto that bus and talking to each of these women and greeting them. A good majority of them were on their phones and not really focused.
Yeah.
And when he got to her, she didn't want anything more than just to be able to feel his human contact. That was major. That's why I was asking, what do you think about that?
Yeah, so maybe I didn't look at it in that way. I looked at it differently, and it may be because of all of what I know. So I'm trying to reel it back a bit, right? Because I would agree with you. It could potentially have a big part, but also too, I feel like the other girls, he went and picked the bottom of the barrel chicks, in my opinion, right? Broke chicks that come up and, haven't been around, chasing money or whatever, so they want to get in their phones, take pictures, Snapchat. Chrisean, from the time I've seen her, even in your clip, has been about that money.
Yes.
She's been about her paper, making money, so she's looking at this as serious. Look how she was standing on that platform in that other show. I can't even remember the name of the show, but she was laser focused on the prize.
Yeah.
On the outcome. So that's how I actually looked at it.
She's been about that money since she was 19.
And I'm sorry, Blueface he like attention.
Yeah. Yeah, meet Chef.
If y'all don't know, that's
at least 3 times a show.
Okay.
Right, that's a chef specialty. You know what I'm saying? So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to actually give the full clip because I did edit some stuff down. So I'm going to show y'all the full clip that Biz is referring to. I'm going to ask you ladies, when I play the clip, to go mute, please. Or go mute now.
Full side. Been sleeping on yourself too long. Time to flip the pillow over to the cool side. Don't need.
3, 2, 1.
Shawnee's a sprinter, but this is going to be a test of her strength and agility.
Release the tagger.
Oh, she's stuck. Here comes Spitfire, one of our fastest female taggers. Oh, she is flying over the barrier. There's a little time wasted there. Let's see if Spitfire catches up to her. Interesting roll through the tunnel from Shawnee. She's using the platform. Look at that acceleration. Shawnee's a natural athlete. She's crushing it. I don't think Spitfire's going to catch her. This is going to be huge for Shawnee. Oh, yeah! She avoided Spitfire and the 5-second penalty. Her and the Boss collide. Boss recovers and gets the tag. That cost Shawnee 5 seconds. Come on, Shawnee, get up there. Push it, let's go. She's looking strong. Nothing is stopping her. Oh, no. 50 seconds! That's one of the fastest women's times we've ever seen on this course. Oh, she is stoked.
It's a little dance. I don't know what that's called, but she is hyped.
Shawnee certainly brought the speed, determination, and a whole lot of attitude.
She's about that bread.
Yeah.
She's
Laser focus on the things that she wants.
Laser focus on the things that she wants. And you see her athletic prowess. Imagine her ready to whoop your ass.
Laser focus. Yeah.
Imagine that.
19.
Say it again.
She was trying to get that money at 19. She said it.
She had a hard life, you know. She said she didn't have anything, so she was going to grind and hustle by any means necessary.
So let's start to move to the Chrisean that many of us already know. All right. And let's just get straight into it. A lot of folks, I'm not gonna act like I have to introduce any of these people that watch. I don't have to introduce you to Chrisean Rock and Blueface. You guys see the stuff that's there. It inundates everybody's feeds. All right. So we see the mess. I want to start to get into the mess specifically. All right. Tell me I want each of you guys to tell me, to pretty much answer a particular question. Let me bring this question up because I think this is important. Hold on one moment. In the words of the homie TLA, lead attorney, we struggle streaming already.
Well, I had preconceived notions of both of them before I watched the show. And I was like, this is that bullshit. I don't like it. And I was like, the child just bad. He just bad. But as I watched the show, I have a different perception of both of them. But I had to watch the show to see the different. I think he has a bad situation when it comes to his mother and his relationship with them. She said she was struggling. She was homeless. I don't believe the mother the mother was on drugs. I mean, she said she taking care of her whole family now. She had her whole family on her back, and so I think some of her antics is trying to be famous and trying to get that money to take care of all of them. And her own family members are stealing from her too. So not only you have loyalty, you have providing, you have all of this, and then they take it from you too. So it doesn't. I feel bad. I feel bad for them. And watching both of them, my own was like, they just doing this shit because they want to be famous. But as I got to watch them and see how they went through the emotions with their parents, with their family members, it was a lot. And their own young people got a lot on their shoulders.
Okay, what you think? What do you think, Biz?
It was sad to watch, actually. So, well, what I've noticed about Chrisean, again, without going too deep into it, is that she's like protecting her prey. So anybody that she is close to or feel connected to, she's willing to fight no matter what, right, to protect them or to keep them safe. Because even in the episode that I watched when she did the fighting, but when it came to her family, she folded. She folded.
Okay, so you're skipping into it, right? You're skipping in.
My bad.
No. I'm glad you watched and you understood the assignment. So I'm feeling that.
So even, and I'm gonna just put this out there. Blueface, I knew him as the rapper that rapped off beat, and I knew nothing about Chrisean up until maybe like a week or so, maybe 2 weeks ago, right? So I'm going into this looking at them, not knowing anything, not knowing how much they on TMZ or any of that. It wasn't until I seen the show and I seen a couple interviews that they did, and I went into it looking at Blueface as a victim of domestic violence. But when I watch their actual show, I have a different perspective on that as well now. So I don't look at it the same, knowing a little bit more information about them. But both of them need help, and it's sad to actually watch because they both really need help, and they don't think they realize that.
Okay, so you went straight. You said F the smoke. You going straight to the fire. All right.
That is true. I mean, she ain't lying. They both need help, and even with the situation when it came to the therapist, I felt like how she couldn't even answer the question that he kept asking.
So before we get to that point, let's take a look at this.
I want to know how you guys would describe your love. Some say it's toxic, some say it's super real.
People are like, they're toxic, they shouldn't be together.
Just fake for real. I don't know.
It ain't no party if you know what it is. Let's flow.
I came all the way to Baltimore, meet your family.
Terrain calls. Exit. Why you with them? You got fuck?
Oh shit. She taking, watch out. She taking a hostage. That's TV right there.
Here's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to talk through that particular clip. I cut it off really quickly because I think I needed to give a little bit of the nuance to that clip. So we've seen the videos with, Blueface and Chrisean before that show was done. There's a lot of stuff that went on. Chrisean lost her tooth fighting the mother of Blueface's child. All right, that's how she lost her tooth. You seen her sucking his toes, right? On YouTube, on the internet, and her family felt as though she was, they stated that they felt that he was disrespecting her and she was not portrayed in a good light. But behind the scenes, individually, they all were communicating with him, her brother, her sister, her mother.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that her family looked at her as the golden goose, as their version of Les Enfants de la Promesse. And they looked at her as the one that was going to take their family into the next realm of wealth. That's
True.
what I believe. So in the end, when they watched what was going on, they had an issue. So now, in terms of me saying all of that, I want to play it because there's one point he goes to visit their family in Baltimore. And it was supposed to be a really important part of the show. That was his intent, to visit her family in Baltimore.
I want to know how you guys would describe your love. Some say it's toxic, some say it's super real.
People are like, they're toxic, they shouldn't be together.
Just fake for real. I don't know.
It ain't no party if you know what it is. Let's flow.
I came all the way to Baltimore, meet your family.
Terrain calls. Exit. Why you with them? You got fuck?
Oh shit. She taking, watch out. She taking a hostage. That's TV right there.
Explanation of that particular clip. They went out there. They went to Baltimore to go visit her family. They were outside of the hotel that they were staying at. And at that time, her family was supposed to come down and meet Blue and link up with Chrisean. It was going to be a nice little reunion. But the first person to arrive was her sister, her older sister. That was the one that was hugging her and praying with her when she was crying. She was happy to see her sister. They got into the Sprinter van. And once they got into the Sprinter van, they were sitting there and everything was smooth. Blue was cordial. Chrisean, she was really excited, and you could tell she was emotional because he was there with her sister.
Yeah.
Her sister received a phone call that was on speakerphone. And literally what they said was, whoever was on the phone said, "What the fuck you doing there? You're not supposed to be in there. You're supposed to be there with us right now. Not yet." And then out of nowhere, her sister jumped out of the Sprinter van and left. All of a sudden, you saw Chrisean's her spidey senses started peaking.
Yeah.
And she started moving back and forth like, "Yo, what's going on? What's going on?" She called her family members to ask them what was going on. She knows her family. So she felt there was what I call SIW, shit in the wind. She saw there was some shit in the wind. She got a whiff of it. And she started to get nervous. And she literally started to say, "Yo, come on." She was trying to get Blueface out of that place.
Yeah.
She literally told him, "It's finna get active. Come on, let's go. Let's go." And just to give you guys a little information, she literally was so stressed out, production crew, she jumped into the minivan that belonged to one of the members of the production crew and said, "Come on, let's go." And she took off in the van because she knows her family and what they were capable of. She spun the block because she loves Blue. She spun the block and came back around and picked them up. And they went to the bowling alley because she knew it was finna get active. So here was the first meeting that took place before things got a little rough, right before, let's say about maybe 15, 20 minutes before she spun the block.
Where's everybody? Can we go have a party?
No, but I want to talk to him before we talk.
Blue met her brother.
Talk about what?
What's going on?
Great. Making money and live my dreams. Can we?
All of that good stuff.
We don't. I know, but it's.
Where's everybody? Can we go have a party?
No, but I want to talk to him before we talk. Before we party.
Chop it up.
Talk about what?
What's going on?
Great. Making money and live my dreams. Can we just go?
What you want to talk about?
I just want you to treat my sister better. Even if y'all ain't even gonna be together, nothing like that, just fuck with her.
What about her?
All right, so what? What's her problem?
I'm saying like y'all tell her to rob, steal, fight, swing.
See, that's what I want communicating about. Hell no, I wouldn't never tell. I wouldn't put my sister in no fucked up predicament.
That's what I'm saying. Like from jump, all I did was try to help her. She lost her tooth on my behalf, so I'm like, you know what? That's fucked up. I feel guilty, so let me flip the whole scenario. Because the way she lost her tooth, I'm shooting show. People came up on the ride. She ran, hit her face. Nigga ain't trying to do nothing to her.
No, I'm just saying, if y'all gonna be on the internet, scenario. She eating your toes, eat her butt crack or something on there. You feel me? Like, it's like.
I blame Janae Aiko for that. I say it, and I ain't gonna stop saying it. I blame her for that, making these folks think that butthole is nutrition.
For real.
So, this is Big Bro, who's there speaking, who's supposed to be speaking to the honor of Lil Sis. And what he's saying is that, hey, man, since she's sucking your toes on there, just make it even, man. Eat her butt on the camera.
He wouldn't even take account. The brother wouldn't even take accountability when Blueface said, "Y'all teaching her to rob, steal." And I was thinking, well, he is asking some questions. Like, this didn't come from me. This is what come from y'all. And the brother didn't even take accountability. When the brother done been to jail, he just got out. So when he was asking, y'all teaching her to rob, steal, and he didn't even say, well, maybe we did. Maybe that's. He was like, well, what about what you doing? No, what did you teach her?
I agree. What do you think, Piz?
He didn't take no accountability. He could have said, well, I just got out of jail because he just got out of jail. He did. So he said, well, y'all teaching her to rob and steal? This is what y'all do?
It's a family of dysfunction. Like none of them took accountability.
Yeah.
Not even the pops. We ain't got to get, but not even the father, right?
Yeah.
And what?
Black is a fool. That's I'm gonna use that now. I'm gonna use those two emojis. Chocolate.
Yeah. So listen. Their family is so it's normal for them. So I don't think that they actually realize the issue. I don't feel like they realize the lack of accountability. It's just like, oh, just make it even. Or look what you're making her do. You're making her look a certain way. But it's all toxic and they're not gonna see it. That's normal for them.
And at the same time, is in her name Rock? He said her head is hard as a rock. She don't listen to nobody. So so is Chrisean doing this on TV because she wants to?
I think she is. I think she's doing it to prove how she, for whatever reason, if she can strap herself to Blueface, she would strap herself to Blueface. I feel that and I just think that this girl wants to be loved by somebody.
Yes.
Or anybody, because that's maybe what she lacked in her childhood. So she's latching on to him, and it's sad. So I think that she's willing to put herself out there and do whatever it takes to prove herself.
That she's down for him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I did see that. And that's
okay, I can see that.
That's a disaster for a relationship if it's not in the sense to attack it, because every time it's the pounding of the relationship, the pounding of the taking care of the family, it's the pounding of the smoking weed, getting high, because everything I see, they always getting high and drinking. I'm like, when y'all ever sober? Do they own clothes? Does she own any clothes? I'm just asking the question. Does she own any clothes? I noticed that too.
Well, I don't know if she owns any bras. I've seen her titties one too many times on the show, okay?
Listen, yo.
Did she own
Listen, yo. You know, yeah, come on now. Y'all can't be discriminated.
We're not discriminating. I'm like, I know she got a small breast, but do she? It's okay to wear a bra.
First of all, with all due respect, and I want to make sure I don't get no, employee or employer harassment charges. But listen, for the record, okay, the two of y'all had no place to talk because the two of y'all, and I'm trying to be respectful, y'all. It's easy for them to talk like that, right? Because let's say they're milky, if you understand what I'm saying, right? Chrisean is, it's not big. So I notice sometimes it's just like those girls. Y'all know the girls that don't have a real booty, but then when they move, they kind of walk in a way where they poke it out a little bit, where they do that thing where it's like, okay.
You can still put a bra on. I tell my daughter the same thing, okay?
So you know what? I'm tired of talking just alone with y'all. Let me just bring some more testosterone in this piece. Bong bong. The frozen one. He's here to tell y'all about your tits. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
We just asked.
No. Hey, I wasn't talking about the tits. I just said I don't think she owns a bra.
I asked the same question. Does she own a bra? I'm like,
what happened to liberation?
What'd you say?
What happened to liberation and sexual empowerment?
You breaking up, Freeze. You breaking up. Freeze, you breaking up.
I mean, she ain't breastfeeding the baby or nothing. I'm just saying.
Yeah, my signal good, so I might have to change my microphone if it's just doing it.
Yeah, that whatever mic, it seems like if it's a corded mic, it sounds like it's frayed or it has a short, bro.
But the thing is, I'm just
I'll be right back.
Yep.
The question is, I did ask, did she own a bra? I called Chef. I said, Chef, do she own a bra? I was like, because it was a lot.
Listen, I've dealt with women with large breasts and women with small breasts. And I'm a breast guy. You know what I mean? I spent the majority of my life as a breast guy. I moved to Atlanta. I kind of started becoming more of a, an ass guy, pause. And weird when you say Atlanta being an ass guy, right? But anyway, for me, women didn't have to have huge breasts. For me, you could have small breasts, just as long as you had nice nipple, you know what I mean? That was cool. But I digress, Look, the girls with the small breasts sometimes have a tendency to show more of it. That's just a natural propensity.
I'm okay with that, but I just asked the question: did she own a bra? It's like half the time she half naked. I'm just like, it's just, I find that okay.
Okay. Vic, you back on deck? Because I'm desperate to hear a man's. Hello?
Nothing. Yo, can you hear that?
Yeah, you.
Yeah,
it's chopping you up. It's not even okay. The signal, the internet gods slapped Vic. We don't like that. So, yeah, she doesn't wear a bra. All right, we got that piece situated. So let's stay with, because of course you guys have seen it. Let's stay in the pocket of that visit. Uh-oh, and we got video.
Say something.
Yep. You say something.
Yeah. Say some shit I don't like, y'all. Starting with Andrea. What you got going on, girl?
There we go. Look. Vic, drive. You know how we do. Go ahead.
Already know. So what's up, man? Y'all talking about titties and all of this. What happened to sexual liberation and women empowerment?
We don't have a problem with sexual liberation, but we just asked the question: did she own a bra? Because most of the episodes she ain't wearing one. So we asked the question.
It's hard I find it hard pressed to find a woman that wear panties these days. Less more a bra. So what are we talking about?
Women wear panties. They do wear panties.
Maybe not as much, but come on. I mean, literally, even the guy at the shop was uncomfortable looking at Chrisean's titties in the shop when she changed it. She had a jacket on.
The dude even was like,
see, y'all don't want this to happen. See, put a one in the chat if you don't wear drawers. Okay.
It's just nasty if you wear drawers. Okay. You ain't got no home training. Underwear is what you wear. You wear undergarments. It's called undergarments.
See. I knew it. Oh,
I call that cool booty. That's called cool booty.
Special forces,
okay?
Special forces out here, okay? We getting in there. But yeah, I noticed that like in that first episode, if that was the first episode, I don't know, man. I watched this under duress for the record.
Yo, he's lying, y'all. I told him to watch the season. Look. I was just hoping he watched 2 or 3 episodes, yo. This dude came back with he watched the whole joint, man.
I fell asleep, nigga. That's all. It watching me. Hey, in that first scene, when they doing their little runway, whatever the fuck, and they had on their blue jackets and matching outfits and all of this. And I noticed that she's like extremely comfortable with her body.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? And I don't even think she even considers how he feels about that, just because he's so nonchalant about everything. He just is unbothered, So she carries that same energy of being unbothered about those things, whether he's, secretly, wishes she didn't do it or not. He holds it all. That's his thing. He just puts it all away.
Well, he's nonchalant because he's always high and drinking.
Nah, she'd be more inebriated than he ever be.
Or maybe that's just how he cope with shit.
Thank you. That's how
I'm saying maybe he may seem nonchalant because through the whole episode he got bust upside his head and he was nonchalant about it, and that's a problem.
And
that's an issue.
If you see him, he's always smoking weed. So he in California, he getting high as on high. Okay, so when she hit him with that bottle, he was like, I think my head is hurt. I was like, it's time to go to the emergency room. It's 911. My head is hurting.
I think honestly, with the drinking and the smoking, I think that's the only way that they can tolerate or cope throughout the day, or even tolerate each other. To be honest with you.
Nah, they just at that age where drinking and smoking is the best thing to do. You know,
all day. A
Come on,
girl who's 20, 23, 24, drinking all day and smoking and getting high. That's not normal. That's not normal.
It may be normal, but maybe I'm biased because I've seen a couple episodes. I just think that that's what they may do, but for them to function and move as a unit each other, they have to be on that level with each other.
But you got to understand, she's got a lot of demons, whether they're of her own doing or because she was just the ones that come from her environment.
And you don't think Blueface got demons too?
She's strictly trying to avoid dealing with her shit. That's why she like, why you want to bring up shit? Why you want to talk about serious shit? Can't you see I'm playing? You know what I'm saying? And I bumped into those types who don't ever want to address the real at any point. They always want to avoid it, even if it requires them to be intoxicated to do so.
Okay, so that's the point. Don't you think Blueface got trauma? To me, they trauma bonding to couple.
I would agree.
So don't you think he got trauma too? So they trauma bonding, and he is the nonchalant. It's all right, that's that bullshit.
I need you to define what you mean by trauma bonding, because people
he got trauma bonding by family. He got family issues with mama, sister, and she got trauma bonding with family over there because she is the sole provider of all of them. They even said that the family came out there and stole money from them. So they're both trauma bonding. And then so when he's high and drinking, and then she's getting high and drinking, he is even killed. She is on 20.
And he feeds it to her, and he's
feeding it to her. Yeah. Right? He feeding it to her too.
Now that's the part that I was like, come on, bro. Here, hit that. I'm like, boy.
He's like, here, drink some more. He's like, I'm fucked up. Drink some more.
Yeah. So
and
the cameras are catching all her antics. And then he said, well, I didn't do anything. I just said. And I'm like, are you gaslighting her?
Abusive person who uses a trauma bond is an emotional bond with an abusive person who uses rewards and punishments to create fear, excitement, or sexual attraction in the abused person. Abused person may develop sympathy, affection for the abuser, and struggle to end the relationship. A trauma bond can occur in any relationship where there's a repeated cycle of abuse and then kindness. I don't think by that definition that's what's happening. I think you mean just that they come from dysfunctional families, and that's where they find their commonality more so than something like this, which would be almost a level of manipulation.
But she needs that love and attention, and she wants it. Do you see when she baby and all over him? He act like he's nonchalant about that. If you notice, she's always give me a hug, give me a kiss. Let's talk about this. She needs a lot of attention, and so I don't believe she got attention growing up. And then she also said she was involved.
Did you see her family?
Huh?
Did you see her family? What did they all do? She the baby, she the princess. Come on, man.
Let's talk about it.
But they have taught her bad behavior too, and don't get accountability.
Remember, let me just interrupt you real quick, Andrea.
Okay.
Remember, some of these folks may not have seen what we were discussing.
Okay.
All right. Some folks may not be aware of it. So let's talk about it, because we're still in the pocket of when they went to visit her family in Baltimore, right? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna give the next
All of that good stuff.
We don't.
But I'm
I know,
saying,
but it's like just
you never addressing
nothing.
where she go left.
Yeah. So where you
She
go?
already explained something to me that you said you don't see her doing no wrong.
I don't see no wrong in her though.
I'm saying what she doing, how that's gonna play out when she doing wrong. Who gonna call her and be like, yo, you kind of going left? That's a grown man.
Who gonna call you when you go
But I'm
left?
saying, what I get from you is like, my sister is innocent and the reaction was just guilty. What would you do if she stole your car? And drove it to Baltimore.
I don't know how to call the police. We don't do that shit.
What you mean call the police?
I don't know.
Personal stuff.
No, I'm saying.
Yeah, that's personal. It's hard to.
Personal. We can't.
Fuck the police. You got to report your car stolen regardless, right?
But it's just like like us, how we is. We just ain't gonna do it. Like we just ain't doing that shit.
No, I'm saying. Are you listening? I'm saying if this happened to you, you go to sleep by yourself in your house by yourself. You wake up, your car is gone.
What is
And see, he has no accountability for what he's telling her. I would have called the police on her ass too. How about that? I want her locked up.
So let's give.
But he's saying he was sleeping in his house by himself and woke up to his car missing. Hell yeah, I'm gonna call the police too.
Yes.
Even though he probably knows she took it, but.
All right. Somebody send Danique your Zeus login and password, please. Thank you.
I got you, Danique.
All right. So it seems like there was no accountability.
No.
There was no accountability. It seems as though his brother was literally just speaking to the way they perceived their little sister. Now remember, she's one of 11 children, and she's the youngest of 11 children. So if everybody in the family is looking at the youngest piece or the youngest person within that lineage as the one to take them forward, that can be a problem. Yes. That's a problem. I think that's a problem. If you figure 2 parents and then you have 11 children and the last child is the one that you look at as your hope.
Last hope.
Your last hope. It's going to be different. The way that you handle her is going to be different. The way that you respond to her is going to be different. The way that you respond to what she does is going to be different because she is the only thing that y'all got smoking in town.
And y'all treat her like she the princess and she ain't doing nothing wrong and she can be the biggest monster that you can't even correct because you can't even tell her what she doing wrong. What Blueface was saying, who gonna call her and reel her back in? But you're mad with me. She stole my car in my own house.
So let's talk about that for the record, y'all, because of course there's going to be certain clips that I'm going to be using for the show. And there's certain clips that I may not be using for the show because, of course, I don't want YouTube to take it down, right? Fair use, fair use, fair use. But I'll say this. The situation or the instance Andrea is referring to is Blueface pissed her off and he wasn't talking to her in a specific way and she was annoyed. And what she decided, he was ignoring her. Some of us do that as men. You know, sometimes ignoring a woman, depending on the type of man that you are, ignoring a woman is the better option other than lining her head up. You follow? Some people move in a passive aggressive fashion. Some people don't. But the ones that move in a passive aggressive fashion, they use ignoring as a tactic. My little brother, you know, the mother of his child is close to my ex. And she used to say, he'll go 2-3 days. He'll be pissed off at me and go 2-3 days without saying a word, without saying a freaking word. My brother was like that. You know, he would go 2-3 days without even saying a word to her. And it used to drive her crazy. We understand the trigger points of our mates. We understand the trigger points of the people that we love. Why do we understand them? Because in terms of love relationships, we understand their weaknesses. One of the things that we'll do is pretty much cater to them, especially in the situations where they're lack. my fiance, one of the things that I recognized early, way early in the game, from one of her friends, right? Who's, you know, I consider him one of my boys because he helped this relationship go forward, right? He literally said, yo, he told me about a couple of her exes. And it gave me, you know, it gave me some information to understand, like, whoa. So once I understood what she lacked from the exes that she had, that was a way for me to cover some of those gaps and know those, not just pain points, but the pleasure points. And it made it easy for me to find those pleasure points because I knew where she lacked. But those of us understand too. We have pleasure points and we have pain points. So you understanding the pleasure points, you have to also understand the pain points. You have to understand the pain points. And I believe sometimes those pain points can be used against you. So what he did was he ignored her. He wasn't gonna whoop her ass. What he did was ignore her because he sees how much she's on some ride or die or how she feels about him. So he knew what to do. He didn't have to put his hands on her. All he had to do was not speak to her. But then what she did was she took his car, the Maybach truck, it was the G-Wagon. And she decided she was going to take that shit and drive across country from California to Baltimore. And she got arrested. She got arrested in the whip, and there was some weed in the whip. So she got a case now based on that. What it was at some point he had reported the car stolen. So that's what Andrea is referring to. All right.
And any real common sense person would report that car stolen. That's just dumb to think this is not. And then the family gonna say, "Well, we don't call the police." See, that's that ghetto mentality.
Okay, so let's.
I mean, it's a ghetto mentality. It is a ghetto mentality, but you know, I don't know. There's levels to this shit, you know, and the same way, you know, he didn't want to go to the hospital after getting busted in the head, and he definitely didn't call the police on her.
Oh, you skipping. Go ahead.
You hear me?
No. I was like, you skipping down. We finna play that clip shortly.
Oh, say less. But the bottom line is that you say like his silence is provoking her, right?
Yes, that's what she said.
I think what the reality of it is. Tell me what these initials mean to you, Andrea. B, D, E. Do those initials mean anything to you?
I don't know.
Can anybody in the chat tell me what BDE means to women in particular? Chef, you better not answer that shit.
Chef got that. Chef got that.
Okay. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, there's a term that young ladies, I'm not even gonna say young ladies, just women in general use.
Say it, man. He talking about big dick energy, y'all.
Is big dick
because she has big dick energy.
Whoa!
He was supposed to be nonchalant, just nonchalant, and said, "Go ahead and take my car. I'm calling the police. I feel sorry for her."
Whose man's is this?
Why does a woman got big dick energy?
Yeah, so she
no,
got
I'm asking you, Andrea.
Why?
When is it appropriate for a woman to have big dick energy? Put me on.
It's not appropriate.
You know that's not what he was talking about.
Hey, yo, Stan, come with me, yo.
In front of a man's face and embarrass him in front of their friends. Some of them do. They can.
Andrea, stop right here. Stop right here. Let me help you out.
Wait. I gotta send love, man, because remember this stream probably ain't gonna be here when y'all wake up in the morning. You get what I'm saying? But it's on StreamYard, and this is gonna be the first one that I put on the on the membership, right?
Uh-huh.
But yo, I want to send peace and love to the folks that are giving the fruit of their work and their labor each day to us. Aaron, Laura, I talked about you earlier, family. Welcome back. Thank you for coming through, and thank you for the fruits of your labor. And also my sis, Miss Ty, Red Lipstick Vibes. I sincerely appreciate you as well. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Now y'all go ahead. We got to make sure we pay these bills in this piece.
Andre, let me big dick energy, right? Because I know some women like to walk around here thinking that they got dicks and telling niggas to suck them, but we actually
Yo, you still in it?
I'm petty, yo. I'm never gonna let it go. All right. So for the record, big dick energy is reserved for men. It's something that women say that they like, which is a guy who acts like he doesn't have a care in the world. He's not unbothered by shit.
Mm-hmm.
And that is like this moth to the flame that, you know what I mean, no matter whether it's toxic or it's attractive or whatever, women as a whole in general usually crave that. You know what I'm saying? Like a man who doesn't react to every time they press a button on his pad. So I think what's actually happening here is not that she is this little girl who just needs all of this attention because she's missing attention. I think she's gotten all the attention because she's been pretty all her life. She's been the star all her life. She's been pushed all her life. She's always been coddled. And I'm sure there have been a laundry list of guys running up behind her, probably still currently in her DMs. And this is the guy who's not chasing her. This is the guy who's unfazed by her. This is the first time she is the one in love. She has lost the power dynamic. And when women lose the power dynamic, they become unhinged more often than not.
And so,
I can agree. I can get with that.
Me too.
I actually agree. I agree with that. I don't know about or her life. Yes, she has pretty girl privilege, and people was probably yelling at her, trying to get with her. But I do agree with the fact that because he is so unfazed and so he got all these holes everywhere else and not giving that much attention, I definitely agree with you on that. But the first part, I don't know about that.
Well, if he was unfazed all the time about her, why he keeping her phone on lock? Why he want to know the password? Why he's going through her phone, but she can't go through his phone?
Man, that going through phones is like being friends on social media and then being mad for everybody who like your pictures and shit. That's the goofy new age shit that you shouldn't even be doing.
You can't have it both ways because she not allowed to go through his phone.
That's the manipulative part.
That's the manipulative part.
That's the manipulative, in my opinion, where he manipulates her because he wants to make her seem as though nobody else wants her because he needs her around. And I ain't gonna go too far into it because Chef ain't played a whole bunch of other clips, but I believe that that's just a move that he's doing to make sure that she stays locked in right where he's at. And for a whole bunch of different reasons that I have, and I think one of them is what they have going on right now and money.
Okay.
He's trying to control it.
Okay. So we skimming. All right. So let's do this. Let's revert back to that family. Okay. So we're gonna go back to the story about when they went to Baltimore. She felt something. She felt some shit was in the wind. She felt that there was something going on. She knows her family well. Okay. She knows pretty much, she's known them her whole life. They haven't, because she's the youngest, they haven't known her their whole lives. She's known them her whole life. So she know when something's about to pop. And she was trying to escape from that situation. She told him, yo, let's roll. It's about to get active. Peace to MTR. But she said it's about to get active. So she knew where her family was at, and she knew what they was about, and she knew how they were going to be coming. So let's drop it.
Sean, because I'm not here for that. We're family. I'm not here for that. You know why I wasn't out there. You know why I didn't come to the house.
All that's
You know
cool.
why.
You know why.
You know why. I'm not here to blow nothing up. Nothing like that.
That's Chrisean's dad, by the way.
Don't do that.
Do what?
Don't touch my store like that ever.
So you teach your daughter to put her hands on me?
No.
So who taught her that?
No. She did that herself. She did herself. Defend herself.
I'll somebody first defend
herself.
Stop.
Sean, you better stop. You better start something. Stop playing with me. Stop playing with me. You let us know you riding with him. Stop playing with me, Sean. How we playing?
I'm drunk.
Hitting somebody first.
All right, well, just chill. Let them talk. You making it worse than what it is.
You ever hit a woman before?
Look, we trying to talk on your behalf, Sean. When you got holes in me. I got holes in me.
You ever hit a woman before?
I got holes in me.
You ever hit a woman before?
You motherfucking right.
I'm talking about all
because she ain't right. She was disrespectful.
Yeah. So, to avoid the community guidelines showing violence, I'll give you a description of what took place. Hold on one moment. Let me see this. Okay, you good. All right. So, to kind of give you a description of what took place, pretty much, Chrisean knew something was going down. She felt some shit was in the wind. She knew about it. She knows about her family, and she figured they're about to do something. So what she did was she jumped in that minivan, snatched it, and drove off. Spun the block, got Blue, and went and took him to a bowling alley. And what they did was they sat and they bowled, and eventually they went back. Him, her, and her friend, who's a hairdresser named Elle. And what you saw was what took place. They were talking. Then as the family was speaking, and this is where we start, we're going to get into some gangster talk. As he was speaking, he was being cordial. He was being nice and everything to the family. The mom gave him a hug. He met the mom before. He met the sister before, right? Those are the two people he met. Was her older sister and the mom before. Or excuse me, not the oldest, but one of the sisters and the mom before. And she gave him a big hug, and he thought everything was cool. But Chrisean was uncomfortable the whole time. The whole time, because she was watching her family and she was protecting him. I got to give her that. She's not the chick that I would deal with. She's not the chick that I would stay with. But she was protecting him. And as he was speaking with them, they all started to create a semicircle around him. They were speaking over each other, telling him, this is our baby, this is our baby, this is our baby sis, this is the baby. And they were screaming at him. Nobody was allowing him an opportunity to speak. He was being cordial. And at some point, her pops walked up. Pops walked up, you know what I mean? Call me petty, but her pops walked up with his dope fiendish vibe.
Play the tape.
You know? Oh, that was the tape. You know what I mean? He walked up the way he walked up, and he kept trying to press Blue. And then at some point, they had Blue against the wall, and they were all semicircled around him. And he was still being cordial. Chrisean kept jumping in front of him. She kept standing in front of him, and they kept telling her to move. She kept jumping in front of him because she knew what it was. And at some point, her brother in the green whispered to the dad. Next thing you know, and I see all of these things. I'm from Brooklyn, I've been through a lot. Dad started to circle around to the side. Brother was on this side. Next thing you know, Dad came to press the brother. Dad came to press him, and out of nowhere, he threw a sucker punch, hit Blue in the face. So now it's on. So now he's knuckled up. He's ready to go. Security jumps in. The ladies get to screaming. they start to circle around. And they want to fight now because, they see what's going on. Security's there. It starts to be a big tussle. Blueface never gets to touch the dad until at one point he sees what's going on. The brother who talked to dad into swinging on him, he doesn't do anything. And guess what happens after that? Eventually, Blue is tight. He sees an open moment. And he runs up and he just mollywops dad from over the right shoulders. Clocks him. Bam! Dad hits the floor, gets to leaking. Now it's crazy. The thing is, they set this man up. They set this man up pretty much to get beat up on camera. This is her family. This is her family. All right. But before we continue, I'm a sucker for the Bucks right now. Danique Anthony, 1, 2, 3, 4. I see what you did there, bro. 1234. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Peace. Hank 75, aka the basement. He said they deserve each other. All right. Salute. So
the portion of a wicked man is a wicked woman.
Okay. So this leads us to our first question. Has mutual reciprocal toxicity become a natural ingredient in modern relationships? Has mutual reciprocal, and if anybody doesn't know what reciprocal is, no disrespect, I'm going to help everybody out. Reciprocal means the mutual exchange. All right. So if I give somebody $1, that's a gift. If I give someone $1 and then they give me back, I give them $1 bill and they give me back a Susan B. Anthony $1. That's a reciprocal exchange. We're reciprocating the same act. So when we talk about the toxicity and we talk about reciprocal toxicity, what I'm doing is putting the blame on both parties, right? So has mutual reciprocal toxicity become a natural ingredient in modern relationships? There's 3 questions that I had put in the description for this particular show, and I put it out there just to give you guys an opportunity to know where we're going. And if anybody has answers for that, I'm going to be dropping a link into the chat at some point. But those 3 questions there are the one or 3 of the questions that we're going to be asking tonight. All right. Has mutual reciprocal toxicity become a natural ingredient in modern relationships?
Come on with them big ass words, Chef.
Hey, you know what it do? Come on, man. We pay for these words, fam. And Danique's $12.34. He just bought us about 8 more words. So come with it. So any of y'all, I want any of you guys to take it from me. That's the question. Has mutual reciprocal toxicity become a natural ingredient in modern relationships?
I would say yes. And I would say yes for the simple fact of people tend to gravitate towards people that are like them, right? So, and just using Blueface and Chrisean, right? They're 2 people that have had trauma in their life or who are actually toxic. Hold on one second. They have gravitated towards one another. Maybe it's the drinking and smoking that led them to each other. But I definitely believe that yes, to that question, and I think it's because those particular people tend to find each other.
Okay, what you think, Faye?
I need Google Translate because I got my attention span. Like when you said the second big word, I clocked out. You said mutually. Man, come on, man. Say that shit in English one time for the slow class.
I said mutual. Wait, let me put it back up there. just to make sure y'all get it. And for the record, I'm not too far from my patio door, and I think I let a fly, some kind of bug in there. So if you see a bug land on my nose, you know what it is. Struggle streamer for real. Has mutual reciprocal toxicity. So mutual toxicity and reciprocal in this situation will be the same. Pretty much both of them feed, they ebb and flow with each other's toxicity. They both have certain toxic aspects about them. So when we speak to these new age modern relationships and we talk about toxicity, a lot of times it's not just one person being toxic. Because if I happen to be a toxic ass dude and I get with a stable woman that hasn't been exposed to toxicity and isn't toxic, she can just leave. But I believe what happens within relationships is we all got shit with us. We all have issues. And sometimes we are willing to gift our temperament to other people because they're willing to deal with our bullshit. In terms of what some people will call the trauma bond, not what the definition says, but in terms of two people that have two different things about them that make them different than others or make them more toxic than others. What happens is, because of our own personal weakness, I believe that some of us tend to give up that firm stance on what we're going to deal with and not going to deal with based on what we have. So you know what? I know this is my attitude. I know I'm jealous. I know I can be violent. I know it could flip out. I know I drink and smoke a lot. I this, that, and the other. But this person loves me. So I'm going to deal with their bullshit because they're willing to deal with mine.
That part.
And that's why I say reciprocal toxicity. Now, if you Google reciprocal toxicity or mutual reciprocal toxicity, you're not going to find it. You know why? Because it's a chefism. We're going to talk about a couple of chefisms. If you've watched my show since 21, there's a lot of things called chefisms, that I bring up. So now, in terms of the mutual reciprocal toxicity definition. You see what I did there? Right? Tell me what you guys think about that piece right there.
Okay, so just like you got that slash in there, I think either one of those words are interchangeable. So the toxicity that you're talking about, I think that's in the eye of the beholder, because kind of the way like a lot of women will say, oh, well, the right man will make me act the right way. You know what I'm saying? So honestly, I think it's who you pick, and people kind of just get tired of starting over. By the time they see the red flag and the honeymoon phase wears off, and because the hookup culture has just got everybody, jumping the gun before they get a chance to know each other, and then now they're already in a sexual relationship. So they're bonding in other ways. And then if you find out that, oh, I'm dysfunctional or I have issues, but this person's issues don't necessarily trump mine in the sense that they're willing to tolerate my shit that people would not normally tolerate, and they are aesthetically pleasing, I'll tolerate the rest. You know what I'm saying? Until I can do better. And honestly, I think Blue love her. However, I think Chrisean is scared that he don't, or that he won't always. So that's her fear. It's like at any moment she could lose it, and it makes her feel vulnerable, and she makes him have to prove it again. Yeah, I know you love me, nigga, but prove it again. Tell everybody. Stop everything you doing. Stop the interview. Stop this. Stop that. And just tell these motherfuckers what it is. Tell that girl, I know I don't give a fuck if you don't like her. Tell her anyway. And he's willing to tolerate that because, you know, I've dealt with people who move that way. They don't move until they're forced to move.
Talk about that. I want you to talk about that real quick. I want you to kind of expound on the people that, yeah, I know where you're going with it, so I want you to kind of clarify it for these folks.
Well, you know, men in general kind of have that tendency, but some men are more pointed and direct, and they don't waste their time, and they cut and they go. But then there's another type of man who will work that job until the inevitable happens. He will deal with that relationship or deal with that bad food that she cooked, dry ass steak, and you know what I'm saying? He's gonna deal with whatever comes his way because he doesn't like change. He doesn't like the unknown. He doesn't like stirring the pot. He doesn't like rocking the boat. Some people just like stability, even if it's in a toxic state. And they won't move off of that thing until the world forces them to make a decision to do otherwise.
Okay. That definitely makes sense. So let's look at what Dawn dropped. She said, I think sometimes too, people just want to work it out. They're young and want to be together. From what I see in these clips, neither wants to be the one to walk away. So, Biz, what you think?
So I agree with Vic was saying, right? But when I think about these two, I don't think he loved her. I did at first, but now I don't. I think he keeps her around because, well, there's a whole bunch of reasons why I think he keeps her around now, because, you know, they was kicking it for like 3 years or so before, and he said it so many times, you were dating me, I was never dating you, because there's a whole bunch of other women that he goes and he tends to, and that drives her crazy. So I feel like she's having to prove herself against the other women because of the ones that he goes against. So I think that he's more so, and I feel like once she became, you know, more popular, and now they're in the tabloids together, and, you know, they got a lot of traction, he needs her, he manipulates her, and I feel like it's more of a use thing. Like, I need her around right now because now she's making me more money. She's blowing his name up, and he ain't even gotta go out and rap right now. But he's keeping her around for that, right? Because he got so many other options. You know, men have options, so they're not gonna put everything in the basket. They'll tolerate us some, but not as much as women will tolerate the man, because they have options. Men have more options than women, so we would tend to deal with more of the bullshit. And I feel like it just depends on what point in life that man is at in their life where they will tolerate it. So I just think now is the traction that he's getting from her.
Okay, so I know Vic got to answer that question. I'd like you to answer that question, Biz. Has mutual reciprocal toxicity become a natural ingredient in modern relationships?
I went first, and I said yes.
Oh yeah, I need more than a yes, though. You know, I mean, I know
I actually said
this is the long-winded folks channel. You know what I mean?
I said yes, and I went on to explain that I believe that two like people find each other, is what I had said earlier. So I do think that that they find each other. So I do believe that it's an ingredient in a lot of relationships now because you see it more and more. I mean, we have World Star, we have YouTube, we have all TikTok. We see it. You see a lot of it actually. It's like the new norm.
I gotta disagree with you.
What? Come on.
Only in the aspect of does he love her or don't he?
Okay.
When you're at that level, right? If anything, he's bigging her brand up, or she's bigging her own brand up. The only thing that he would be a beneficiary of is the sympathy vote, which a lot of men would give him for dealing with a chick that out of control. Because I feel you've been there. But you know what I'm saying? I don't think he was that long-sighted to say, I'm gonna stay with this violent, toxic, disruptive to my peace chick. Listen, I don't give a damn if you broke or you rich. What you don't want is a chick interrupting your peace on a regular basis. Sometimes, okay. A lot of times, those are them dudes who don't move. If your everyday routine is get wasted and cause me a issue that could potentially jeopardize everything I got going on, and it's affecting my business and my money, that could only be love. For that man to go and meet her family across the country without an entourage and still show respect while being disrespected, he didn't even curse. He had every reason to. I'd have spazzed. I might have slapped Pop. You know what I'm saying? Honestly, I wouldn't have met with him. And when they came with that energy, I'd have had to go. But he never returned the energy that he was getting, no matter how, you know, and if you live that kind of lifestyle, you have a low tolerance for people talking to you reckless. So I don't take for granted his level of patience that he showed in that, and it could be for nothing else but for her benefit. He doesn't win by having that interaction with them. He don't need to engage with them. He don't need to deal with her problems, her drinking, her stressing. He can find 3 girls that look just like her, better than her, who got personality and everything, that'll do everything he want to do and don't care if he cheat. He got enough money to do that. There's a reason why he's staying, and I don't think it's for her popularity. He can pick a chick to make famous.
Okay.
Not just any chick though, Vic. Like he can't, not just any chick. He's choosing to manage her. And he knows and he sees the crazy and the potential. And I don't know. We'll have to agree to disagree with that because I like I said,
no, agree to disagree.
I didn't
argue, goddammit.
Because when I first looked at it, I thought, you know, like I said, I thought total opposite of that. But now that I look at it, I'm seeing here and I'm looking at them two, and I'm seeing the interaction. And even when it came to the family, I think that the cameras were also rolling, and maybe that's just who he is, and able to be patient in situations like that. Because I wouldn't want to be backed into a corner or feel like they surrounded me either. But maybe that's his demeanor. Maybe that's because that was her family and it's his first time meeting, where he was able to stay calm. But the camera were also rolling.
So for the sake of continuity with the show, we'll revisit this topic as more clips come out.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Fair enough.
Sheffrey.
Oh man, y'all on some extra peaceful stuff right now, man. I'm like, fight.
No, I mean, I still don't believe that it's love anymore. I thought so, but I just don't think so. I just think that he could go get any chick he want, but not at that level of crazy, and not at that level of her being able to worship the way that she does to him. I don't think that he's had a female like that, so he want to keep her around because the way that she looking the toes and bottom of his feet on camera. Okay, she didn't just do it on TikTok; she did it on the show. I mean, big toe and all, just sucking, licking the bottom of his toes, right? So
Miss Busy prefers the smaller toes. Big Busy prefers the pinky toes, y'all.
I don't prefer none. But what I'm saying is that
because you saying that he liked the fact that she sold out for him, that she'll do anything. She almost crash testing that aspect, and there can be value in that when properly managed. But she's a loose cannon. That's like having a gun with a head trigger. It stops serving you at a certain point.
So you watched the show, Vic. So if he was bothered by it by any means, if you see him on a show, he's always feeding her something. When I say something, more so a bottle. Here, drink more, smoke more, do this more, because he needs her at that level. He don't give a shit about. It's not messing up his business. It's making him more millions. She's not fucking up nothing for him. He is actually bringing him more revenue. He's feeding it to her. He wants her turned up because she's able to be manipulated at that particular point. If you've seen Chrisean while she's sober, the few seconds that she is, you ain't gonna be able to get over on her because she's aware. She's not aware when she's fucked up.
She ain't. Well, she emotional wreck regardless. But
yeah.
at least she fun when she drinking. You goddamn. When she not, she just a whiny brat. But put it like this: if you saying that his game is to manipulate her and keep her inebriated, so it's better for the ratings for this show and to boost his ratings and so on and so forth, right? What's the point of training a dog to bite if it will also bite you? It doesn't serve you to have a vicious dog that you can't control.
But
I don't know.
Listen,
I don't know.
It's serving him a purpose, though, Vic. I mean, it really truly is. It's really serving
both
him.
of them a purpose.
Huh?
I gotta cut you. Peace to Mr. O is just living. Peace to Arshawn, critically drinking in the spot. I apologize if I missed anyone else, right? Yo, here's what I believe. I sincerely believe. Well, forget what I believe. Let me pose it as a question so everybody can participate. We lost Biz, but I'm posing a question so everybody can participate. If I'm creating a lane that will allow somebody to earn the same amount of money that I'm earning, if I put that person in the lane, to give them an opportunity to earn money, just like myself, am I truly exploiting them? If you look at the Chrisean Rock and Blueface show, Crazy in Love on Zeus, right? They're both executive producers of that show. They are both executive producers of that show.
That credit card check.
They're getting to the bag. That show that I showed with Ultimate Tag, one of the funniest things in that show was near the end where they asked her what was her motivation, and she was like, I'm about that money. I'm trying to get to that money. I'm trying to get to that money. And the host even said, Chrisean's really about her money, guys. All right. He created a lane and put her in, I won't say let's say not the driver's seat, but he put her in the whip where now she's able to make money. Do you think that she would have bumped into Martha Stewart in California and got on the Martha Stewart show? You think she would have bumped into Oprah? You think she would have bumped into Jada to be on Red Table Talks? Do you think, I mean, let's be real. She's a millionaire now. She's worth about $5 million, between 3 and 5, depending on, how many what month you pulled it. Zeus has become official based on the two of them and Natalie Nunn. So, what are we saying? Is he using her, or is he giving her something that she didn't have without him? And that's a real conversation because it's a conversation about exploitation. Is it truly exploitation when you put somebody in the realm that they actually want to be in? Because some people call exploitation, if I give Vic a job and Vic is used to getting 50 cents a song when he sings on a corner, 50 cents a song. And I know Vic is a dope ass singer. And I tell him, yo, bro, I'm going to give you $100 a song. Come to my studio. Vic feels like he's making it. I tell him I'm going to give you $10,000 a song. I put Vic in a lane where he wanted to be. I put Vic in a lane where he wanted to be monetized. I put Vic in a situation where now he's eating 10,000% more than he was eating before. Is it truly exploitation? Because she seems comfortable being with him.
Yeah.
If anything, she's exploiting.
Say it again.
If anything, she's exploiting him.
You caught that. I was about to hit that rabbit hole. Pause.
Okay.
I'm not into rabbits.
Just holes, right?
Hit the rabbit hole. Right. Well, hold on. Peace. We got folks in the UK. Claire 76. Peace, Claire.
What up, Claire?
What up? What up? What up? Right. So, is she exploiting him? That's the question that I'm posing to y'all. I'm posing to the chat. Give me a 1 in the chat if you believe that Blueface is exploiting Chrisean. And give me a 2 in the chat if you believe that Chrisean is exploiting Blueface. And give me a 3 in the chat if you believe that it's just mutually reciprocal, which means that both of them are just using each other. Vic got to that point early. That's why I don't like to give him the topics. All right. And for the record, this is going to be an 11-hour stream, y'all. Yeah, I'm joking. Give me a 1 in the chat if you believe that he's exploiting her. 2, if she's exploiting him. 3, if it's reciprocal exploitation. All right. Claire said she's wild, and it's sad to be honest that young girls will look up to her. We're going to talk about that. Quantum said 3. She believes it's mutually reciprocal.
I agree with Quantum.
All right. Danique believes that Blue is exploiting Chrisean. All right. It's 3 a.m. Nah, no sleep. No sleep. You came through. You right time. Peer pressure. All right. So I thought about it because there was one point where I looked at it and I looked from the empowerment standpoint as a man, where if you're a boss, you walk in a situation understanding that you have the capability to screw up or improve your situation. And when you have success as well as failure, you understand that, and peace to my man Chicago Rilla, we understand that, you know, everything rises and falls on leadership, which means you're willing to fall on the sword for failure because you understand you're a boss. You are a boss. So you walk in thinking that you're going to be able to change and impact everything that takes place. But quite honestly, you don't understand. You don't see what happens, right? You can't really tell. Every boxer that was the champ got their ass whooped. At some point, every champion acquiesces or loses to the next big champion. So really, what are we saying? We got a 3, we got a 1. Claire said 3, it's mutual. E Black blames it. Okay, blue pill. E blue pill. He blames it on Blue. Right? Oh, snap. Oh, snap. Nighthawks. Load up. What up, 100 watts? All right.
Hold up.
I mean, they're
Right.
both gaining something out of it, right? Because he manages her. You know, they're making great money together, right? But so I think that they're both benefiting off of it. But I believe that Chrisean at this point, she's so into Blue that she'd be willing to give up her bags. But it's like she got to keep going because now she's carrying her family on her shoulders. She's bringing them out of the trenches. And so she has to continue to be able to provide and support because she is going to protect and she's going to provide for the people that she loves because we've seen it. She's, I know we didn't get all the way through those clips when her family was in Baltimore, but she cries when she sees them, when she talks about them, she's crying. So, but I say all that to say, I mean, this chick got like 20 tattoos, well, 7 tattoos of him. She's doing all kind of shit. So I believe that I believe that she's so in love with this man at this point because now he's shown her that what he would do. So yeah, you know how men do when they're together. I got to make sure that she knows that, you ain't alone type shit. So I'm going to make you feel like, I love you and I gotta show you that, whatever. But if you guys really, if we really take a look at any of these clips or watch the 7 episodes in this series, he does everything to show that he doesn't. But he needs that bag. Well, he wants to continue to have his bag, right? So he's giving her alcohol to make sure that she turns up wherever they go, so they could be a part of, the highlight of the press, so that she could, be, whooping on chicks or doing whatever, and then the cameras are rolling.
Biz,
So,
this wasn't a significant scene, so I'm gonna say it right. 100 said, not Watts 100. Damn Watts. What up, boy?
Dickmatized.
Dickmatized. All that. Listen, all of that counts, but I think that's the thing. That's the underlying glue that when the other motivations wear off and they say, well, fuck it, I'm big enough to be all right without you. That's what keeps them holding on. I think it is some genuine care and concern that they have for each other, period, even if it ain't love. But at the end of the day, Wax said, hey, we've been losing money.
Wait.
You need that?
Wait.
You need that?
No, I got it. That's what I'm saying. You be on point. So for the record, if y'all don't understand, let me just help you out. Blueface was signed to a label. The label that Blueface was signed to was Cash Money West. Baby, Birdman, who originally had Drake and Lil Wayne and everybody. Cash Money, but it was the West version where it was California based. And what he had was Whack 100, who happened to be the manager of the game also, who is his manager. So there was one point where Whack had a conversation with Blue talking about what's going on. So what I want to do, since Vic brought it up, I'm going to go to that clip.
See that? Yeah. Come on.
This is my favorite manager.
Listen, man. You all right?
Yeah,
Anything to tell me? I just got a call from the label.
Yeah.
TMZ said you was at the hospital or something. You look all right to me.
Yeah,
We ain't got no more problems, do we?
Regular. Same.
Yeah, I'm about to go eavesdrop. Like, I'm not scared.
TMZ is calling because you at the hospital. Not for real, there's some shit going on. I need to know.
I got a little cut right there.
Oh, shit.
Little cut.
Yo, you didn't get that stitched up?
They was talking about staples. I was like, no.
Oh, okay.
I'm getting no staples.
So,
Wack 100 had a conversation with him. All right.
Mm-hmm.
He's talking about staples. Apparently, what took place was Chrisean and I was about to say Chrisean and 100 Watts. Chrisean and Blue. That's funny. Come on, 100 Watts. Chrisean and Blue got into it.
Mm-hmm.
And he left the house, and when he came back to the house, she pretty much cracked the bro in the head with a bottle, with a glass. Split this sucker's wig wide open. Wide open. All right.
Party over.
When I say wide open, I literally labeled this clip the head buster.
Bro. Hey, you being extra. Hold on, baby. It's glass right there.
Got a headache?
I'm taking a nap.
Man.
Take a nap.
Right. It's no naps.
It's like a malnutrition. You got your head hurts too.
All right, so where the plug me up. You know that's an old vacuum, yo. Don't even act like I'm supposed to know what to do with that. You even know. Talk about how shit go. Look at you struggling. I need
help
to get
you
this
out.
shit out. It's not that serious.
She
but
wants
it's
to help
that
him
serious.
get the glass
Right.
out of his head that she put in his head, all the little pieces. So she wants to vacuum that shit out.
Turn that shit off.
Vacuum,
I
fam.
know it's so loud, but it was working. I got most of it up.
Yeah, headache.
Hi, baby.
Shit making my head hurt.
Where did I take that?
She took old boy.
Crazy.
So eventually, she was there. After she tried, her dumbass tried to vacuum out the glass from the back of his head. Eventually, he started acting a little weird. And he was really docile. And if anybody understands how concussions work, he wasn't feeling good. And eventually, they all went to the hospital. Got to the hospital. They advised him he had a mild concussion. They wanted to give him staples. He didn't want staples. All right. But the dude was hurt. Something brought her. Let me get y'all feelings. It's not about my feelings. Talk, Andre, because you just got back.
He didn't even listen to his manager and somebody who they do business together. And I thought that was profound for me. Okay. If I'm doing business with somebody and he's saying this child over here, my significant other is costing us money and you ain't even paying attention. And I thought he was so nonchalant about it. That bothered me because you before you knew her, you were making money and you ain't even tripping. And that's why I put in the chat when I was driving. I ain't supposed to be doing it, but I was driving. I said that
she's illegal, y'all.
Okay, don't do it. But he making money off of her. That's why
Chrisean Lynch, y'all.
Wait. Go ahead, Drea. Finish what you
he see her as a damn meal ticket. He see her as a money maker. Yeah.
Listen, man. I need you to make a regular sandwich, okay? No green eggs and ham. Just put bread, lettuce, cheese, and close the sandwich.
And that's why.
Going on?
You think he's using her?
Yes, I think he's using her.
Want to get
Andrea.
his own manager.
I watch other clips too, and I listened to one day interviews. I forgot which one day interviews was, but he said she can't be around nobody. She can't be doing record with nobody. I'm the artist. She signed me. He's thinking about how I can make money off of her.
Andrea, what if you are a chick that you have gastrointestinal issues?
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
And you fart a lot.
Okay.
And your farts stank.
Okay.
Okay. And then I happen to meet you,
Mm-hmm.
and I kind of like you.
Mm-hmm.
And then I smelled your stinky ass farts. And I don't like the smell.
Oh, right.
If I make you famous for being the stinky ass fart hoe, am I using you? and I put you in a lane where your natural issue now is monetized, and now you become worth millions based off your stanky ass farts.
Okay.
Did I harm you with that exploitation, or did I put you in a better place? And it's a question. I'm not making a point. I'm asking a question.
Okay, so yes, he put her in a better place, and yes, he is. But I believe some of her antics of with the weed, smoking the alcohol, keeping her high and keeping her drunk. So it gaslights her with the behavior that she already got. Okay, so I'm like, so you need her around to make that money. And that's what I did pay attention, because I went back and watched some of the episodes over and over. When he went to Baltimore and then she rode off with that in that car, he was like, "This is good TV." He already think about, "Oh, this is good TV."
You've never been with a woman who is substance addicted and who is intolerable without it. It's like somebody who has a mental instability and they don't take their medication.
So you got to ask the right question, though. So because he's asking you, Andre, he wants to know how many, when you was gay, how many women did you deal with? How many women you been with? No, not now. That's what he's asking. How many women you? So just how many women you been with?
I ain't never been with a woman. I love men.
Okay, I was just testing you. I was just testing you. Go ahead.
Making sure. Hey, look. So listen.
Yes.
You made the point, stamped it, and then opened the envelope. Like, put it in the mailbox. Like, what the fuck? So, all right. So listen. If he was making money before her, right?
Yes.
He didn't need her to continue to make money. Matter of fact, he lost money fucking with her.
Right. True.
Okay. So if we understand that, right? Then the person who's assisting.
I disagree, but I'll come back afterwards. Go ahead.
This is strictly based on, because see, you were showing about the head crack. I ain't concerned about that. That's insult to injury, but it's just more like the cherry on top. But the reality is that his manager came to him and had a conversation.
Yes.
And said, "Hey, listen, bro. Whatever's whatever. Here's the math. This is what we're losing. I need you to get focused. You haven't been producing. I need you to produce. As a matter of fact, I got your studio session set up. I need you to show up and not bring her."
Right. Yes.
I ain't saying you can't never bring her, but for this one, we need to get straight to the business, and I need you to tell me you understand. And he said, "All right, got you."
Yeah.
But now I know you're talking, Andre, but I held on to every word that he said to him. They lost $2 million, and it was like court fees and all this other shit, right? However, Blueface said it. I don't know what episode it was in, that he didn't want to. Well, actually, it was an interview. He doesn't want to solely do music, so he can give two fucks about him losing money from his records, because he said he does not want to continue to do. He don't want to just be in that lane of rappers.
Yes.
Let me address that for Vic. Let me just real quick. I'm sorry, Biz. So what it was, there was an interview on Sharp Tank. You know, Sharp is the pimp dude that's on the show with Adam from No Jumper. And that was the show with Chrisean and Blue. And basically what Blue was saying was that once he hit the heights that he did when he did his song, because he didn't have a hit album, he had hit singles. And at some point when he hit that, he kind of got bored with it. And then he started seeing that there was other avenues, and he looked at other avenues for monetization of himself. So he kind of got bored with the hip hop thing, right? So now I hear what you're saying, but I want to speak to the WAC 100 aspect of it. WAC is not just his manager. WAC is his manager. Plus, he's an executive of the label that he's on, that Blueface is on, which is Cash Money West. So as a manager, normally management, and I've been an artist manager for a good amount of time. If you ever heard of an artist called Special Ed, old school artist, I managed Ed for over a decade. All right. And I still work with Ed. We, stay tuned. But terms of management, 15, 20, 25%, depending on if you're covering that person's lifestyle and recouping and all of that. It depends on what you pay up front. So in terms of the management aspect, let's say he gets 20% for managing Blueface based on whatever he does. If I'm your manager, if I'm Victor Freeze's manager, even if it's a deal that I don't set up, I still get a percentage. So what happens is WAC 100 doesn't just get a manager percentage, because WAC 100 gets money off of what Blue is doing. If not, he wouldn't even have been on the show and stood in front of a freaking camera. But the thing is, if Blueface makes money being an artist, WAC gets a lot more money, because he's not just a manager of that artist. He's also a head of the label. He's also an executive of his record label, which means he has 2 monetization points on this young man's life. All right. And not only monetization points on the album, because he's an executive and he brought him and all of that. So he gains more money in his pocket for Blueface being a successful artist. Does that make sense? As opposed to being bad.
You just explained how WAC benefits from Blueface.
Yes.
But what you didn't address is how Blueface was willing to undermine that by going against his management team to bring a known problem in a tumultuous time where she just finished cracking his damn head open and showed that she can't be trusted to be around no business. That she will spaz out at every public event. She don't give a damn if we in the house. Because, you know, every nigga that had dealt with a chick who get a little crazy at the house sometime, all right, whatever. She might break some shit, whatever. But when we go out in public, you got to be able to pull that back or hold that and, oh, nigga, when we get to the house, that's your ass, whatever.
Yes.
But the person who can't compartmentalize or draw a distinction, oh, the police is right there, let me chill. That you can't be around nobody like that. That shit is a time bomb.
That's you, though.
He knows that. So there can be no other explanation for someone to go against their own personal self-interest except love. That's the only thing that make you stupid.
So this is what Vic is. This is who Vic is talking about.
All right, one more. Let me get the little extra man. Everybody. Okay, you guys all say this, but I gotta be on a bus with her.
You gotta help her grow.
Oh,
yeah. It's your responsibility.
It's my responsibility.
Yeah.
All right, guys, so take a look at the next girl for Baddies West.
All right. Anybody? I want y'all to chime in.
Chef. Can we just address this for a second?
Come with it.
I don't know. Maybe I missed it. Maybe y'all talked about it. This got a whole neck tattoo of this nigga.
Thank you. I said that shit too.
She got 7 tattoos of him.
Yo, we gotta break up because that
seven.
A woman who commit to you in that way, if she get your name tatted, you better know something. But your face around her neck, that mean ain't no other nigga even trying to fuck with her on no serious level. Nigga, she committed. She bit down. She signed an ink. And I'm saying that's the kind of woman that'll stab you in your sleep and cry at your funeral.
Thank you.
You got man, that is just hard. Listen, he might be toxic in his own ways, but she got him so far beat, his ain't even worth mentioning when you put them on the scale with each other.
Yeah, that's the kind of woman and say, I will die. I'd rather both of us die if I can't be with
that you. Part. So how can you say he exploiting this and he know this bitch crazy?
And that's the whole point I'm trying to say, because he know he can make money off of her.
Crazy making money because that's what people like. People like mess.
Like the chaos. Look what happened. What went down to her family. Look what all that situation happened. And you know what she was doing? Even though she know he's crazy. He knows she's crazy. She's standing in front of him, and the family is and they want to fight. And she's standing right in front of him, protecting him.
That's why she is everywhere he is at. That's why he took her to the studio when he was asked not to take her to the studio.
And the manager said she is a problem. And then the manager had to talk to her. I was like, who does she think she is? The manager had to go have a conversation with her.
Okay. I want to address Claire 76, right? You profound. That's profound. She's stigmatized. We addressed that earlier.
You sure?
But
I don't think she needed the dick. I don't think she needed the dick. I'm a dude, bro. I mean, obviously I'm a dude, right?
Oh my God, I don't know where you're
at least since the surgery. Look, we know there's some girls, that some of us understand the strength in the D. And some of us recognize with some girls, you'll benefit more by not giving them the D early.
I only know one way to do it.
Oh, see, that's on you, right? But some of us just know that you deliver it, it opens up a new door. It opens up additional doors. It opens up the doors of your potential weakness, right? So some of us maintain a certain degree of what's called physical leverage, sexual leverage, by not chasing it. And sometimes it's a mental thing because society tells us that, oh, men want it more than women. Old society, right? Not since the red pill, but we recognize these things. So some of the smarter guys have a tendency to hold back because we recognize, like Claire said, the pum pum has mad his head. Right? The pum pum mad your head up.
So look, this is what I'm getting at, right? So we already know she sold out. She tatted up. She bit down.
But I don't think it's sexual.
Her loyalty is not in question. However, I'm pretty sure. Listen, they said it out loud. Okay. She said something about, but do they know I'm a creamer? Hey, listen, bro. Listen,
He's
bro.
talking about dairy products, y'all.
Hey, there's levels to this shit. All right, and
he's
you
saying
can't just find that at every grocery store. You understand?
Hey, y'all, that's Chrisean calling Andrea right now. Pardon us.
Hey, tell that nigga with the neck tattoo of you that you'll call him back.
Right.
Phone off. That's good. Okay.
Tell him you'll beat him later.
What I was saying was, did Blueface got any tattoos of Chrisean on him? No, he don't, because he ain't getting none. He ain't
no goofy.
He ain't getting none. So she dying throwing love like that, and he that's not love for him.
You know what's interesting? This is really, really interesting to me. And I'm gonna make believe I'm Chrisean's best friend right now. It's interesting how a lot of y'all women is talking about Chrisean like she's a victim, when she actually found a way to monetize her own natural essence, or someone showed her how to monetize her natural essence. Some people, if they want to get on TV, get on the internet, they'll go to Coach Masters and get public speaking classes and think about ways to fix themselves. Me, I'm a corporate executive, right? So even though you see Chef and you may think Chef is just letting it all hang out, The minute I don't work for this big ass corporation and you know, they're not paying for my lifestyle, you're probably gonna see a different chef. You're gonna probably see a more uninhibited chef, right? Because I have to sign a thing talking about social media standards and guidelines. And I guarantee you, I come up against that fence a lot of times. Trust me. But the thing is, imagine you could make millions of dollars by not fixing yourself. There's people that will go to school to become a friggin' doctor. High school, 4 years of undergrad, 4 years of med school, 2 years of residency. And depending if you take on an additional specialty, that may be another 2 to 4 years. And you don't come out making millions of dollars. This person is making millions of dollars and is an executive producer of a show. And not only are they getting money as executive producers from that show, they also receive stock options from Zeus. They've already received stock options from Zeus. They both are executive producers, along with Natalie Nunn. They're executive producers of that show. Zeus is up and coming. You think this is the last mess show that Zeus is going to have? People are going to go to Zeus. I forgot the last name, but the brother Lamel that owns Zeus, he's eating right now. So, with all of that being said, come on, man. Imagine if somebody could get $1 million for wiping their ass. You do it every day. I would hope y'all do it every day, right? So, is it exploitation? She's about that bag. Is he exploiting her, or is it mutual or reciprocal toxicity based on both of them earning and moving themselves to another place? Because all he has to do at this point is sit in front of a camera with her and travel around and have security around and have cameras pointed at them. He doesn't have to write a song anymore. All he has to do is sit and allow her to be herself.
And so it's mutual. I think it's mutual, but in a sense, he has a little more control, in a sense. Because the reason I say that is, look how she acted a damn fool when he went to Vegas, okay, and she couldn't go. So it's a mutual, but he got a little more control over it than she do.
He should. He's the cash cow. He's the one that brought this whole thing together. She don't exist without him.
That's a lie. That's a damn lie. That's a lie.
I disagree on that one, Vic.
That's a lie. Because she
allows him to not rap, Vic. I'm waiting. Remember, she didn't stop his rap career. She did not stop his rap career. He was getting. Remember, before this, he was a D1 recruit. He was a football player.
His ass
he got into the rap, and then he told a story about how he did his. The first time he went to the studio with his boy and he played around, and he felt like he could do it. But he literally was on Sharp Show talking about how he, it's not something that he really, really wants to do. All right. So before we continue, for some reason, it seems like the light is really bright in here and it's having an issue. So in order to balance it out, I figured that what I'm going to do is bring this black ass up to this motherfucker right now. The blackest one.
Wait, I got a question.
Say so sooner.
What's up, E-Black?
What's up, Biz? Busy. Nice to see you. You've been on these YouTube streets missing, man. Where you been?
Yeah, I make my cameos every now and again.
Right. Last time I seen she was talking to Mr. Rico.
No, actually, the last time you see me, I was talking to Victor Freed.
Ooh.
We'll see.
You know, the hood. You know, talking about the hood. But my question is, so if you guys remember, Blueface did not start claiming Chrisean until when? Does anybody know?
I'm listening.
Until she started blowing up. He would not claim her. They was together for quite a bit of time. And he was saying that she was dating me. I was not dating her. Right? Then she started to make some noise. Then all of a sudden, boom, that's my girl. So much to the fact of, and maybe it's call it jealousy, whatever. He had an issue with Drake, not Drake, Rick Ross. You know what I'm saying? Approaching her, just little things like that. So when I look at it in whole, right? That's why I keep saying that. Yeah, he made millions, you know, with his music or whatever, but he's really getting to the bag, and she is making him money. So now he's traveling with her, right? He's traveling with her, and she's doing all her shows. And if you see what he's doing, he's just in the back chilling. He in the back, you know, rolling up. Even in a lot of the interviews, she's the one who's, you know, doing the popping, doing the talking, and she's overshining him, and he's just laid off in the cut because he's letting the money make him. So
Suge didn't want to rap. He want Tupac to rap. And if Tupac got to spit at some cameras and slap some folks around here there, it's all what do you say? All pub is good pub. So they understand that. They both do. But at the end of the day, the question was, is it exploitation? And exploitation is when you're coercing or setting up a scenario for somebody to do something that is either against their own best interest or that they're unaware that they're doing that you may be benefiting from. She is 100%. She's 100% a beneficiary, and she's not doing anything that's out of her character. She's actually just being herself.
But do we know that? Because have we really ever, like, from my knowledge, have any of us really ever seen her in her natural element? Because every time I've ever seen her, she's always expressed the fact that she's drunk.
I haven't seen her. I seen her one interview sober because she's pregnant.
Right.
And the only reason she's sober because she's pregnant. Okay,
sober several times. First of all, a little bit of weed ain't making you.
I'm talking about the Casamigos that they drinking. I ain't talking about the weed.
No, it's a cocktail they drinking. You know, alcohol.
The day, you can get a sense of who she is and that she's not acting. She'd probably be a terrible actor because she's so her.
Okay.
Man, can I jump in, please, y'all?
No,
because y'all jumping down so far down the line. I just really want to jump in. Okay, so we talked about exploitation, right? What is it when a female gives himself willingly to a pimp? Is that exploitation?
Nah, that's choosing.
That part.
Yo,
thank you.
I ain't gonna.
Thank you.
And thank you. It's called choosing.
So in a large part, I understand. In a way, I understand the exploitation part, but I also want to make a kind of like a little point to where it's like, okay, what does a female do when she wants to give herself to another man and give herself control, or give her control, or give her man the control that he's now in charge of her life image? Is that exploitation? Now, don't get me wrong, both are benefiting, right? The woman is getting all the benefits of a man who's willing to take on that duty. Right? Is this mic on? Is my internet tripping?
I hear you. I'm thinking.
So I in a large way, I understand the exploitation part. However, I do want to interject a little point of saying, you know what, maybe she wants to be exploited because this is her only way out. Maybe she's done everything that she can do in the music industry, business industry, showbiz, whatever you want to call it, Hollywood lifestyle. This is the last ride. This is the last time we got to get out of here.
You really
I'm
think
going
that
to
it's that
give
hard?
myself to this person, and I'm going to allow this person to take over my image, however that may be. Is that truly exploitation?
So
She don't
Blizzy,
want to say
Blizzy, I
she.
gave you. Remember, I gave I said the thing about the farts, right? Where this person just has stinky farts, but then she got with a dude that she may love more than her, that she may love more than he loves her, but he was giving her a way to monetize. He literally is giving her a way to monetize one of her faults or one of her issues, which means that imagine, E Black, you can be somebody that you feel you're not the best that you can be. You know for a fact you're not where you want to be as a person. You know your faults, you know your flaws. And then you meet a woman that says, I love you, E Black, and I want to take you with me, E Black. And you don't have to change, E Black. And that person makes you a millionaire based on your personal basic bullshit. They teach you how to make millions of dollars, and they help you make millions of dollars on the shit you've been trying to change about yourself, E Black. Could you imagine? This person is teaching me how to monetize my bullshit. Everybody takes a shit every day or every other day, depending on how much fiber you have in your diet. And imagine being with somebody that's able to monetize it. Every gram of poop is $1 million. You're going to look at them in a different way. You're going to feel as though that person is allowing you to be yourself. It's a different kind of dynamic, family. Remember, women get with men and they want to change. Because the women have that essence within them where they feel that I can improve him, even though he's not the dude that I want or that I would take. I feel that I have an impact and I can have an impact on him. And they go and they work to it. But imagine a woman who has her own flaws gets with somebody that's able to help her monetize them. This is an issue this is not an everyday person issue. Us civilians are talking about it, but this is not really truly an everyday person issue. You know what I'm saying? Me, I go out, I get fucked up, and I do some dumb shit. I'm gonna probably end up in the Gwinnett County lockup. Not her. She might end up with an extra 1.5 mil in the bank based on the monetization of mess. Mom, that's another definition. Mom, monetization of mess. But we're gonna keep that book coming soon. Chefisms, chefinitions. So we have to look at it because we're calling it mess. We're calling it toxicity. But at the same time, this is how they're eating right now. This is how they're eating right now. Let's talk about that. Somebody.
So check the move, right? If my question to the panel is this: would you say that if you asked Chrisean, does she feel like she's being manipulated, used, or exploited by Blue in particular? What do you think she would say?
I would say no.
So you got to quantify that, fam.
Is there no one else?
Yeah, I want the ladies to speak because I think they know what we're talking about.
All right, I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say no because in her mind they get into the bag, and that's what's important. So she's gonna say no. We get into the money.
We get into the money.
Yes. She
And I think
listen.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, well, I was going to just say when we say we get into the money, I just want to make sure we checking some receipts. But go ahead.
Black don't believe it. He think it's all hype. But at the end of the day, it's simple, man. If both of those people are inside of that relationship and they happy with how it's going, we have the right to form our opinions about it. But no one has the authority or the right to say, oh, fuck how you feel about your own relationship. You don't understand. You too young. You being manipulated. You being this. When in all actuality, these are choices that adults are making between themselves, and they think it's a win. They think it's a win. They don't see nothing wrong. You know what I'm saying? That's why they keep doing it. Otherwise, they would stop. In that situation, when E Black just referenced the streetwalkers and their managers, at the end of the day, those people would probably be doing those things regardless or not whether they had assistance. I met those kind of women, and they were already broken. They were already doing those things. Someone just came and gave them some order, some structure, a reason to justify what they were already into, the things that they were already doing. Will they grow out of that toxic phase? Most likely. Will they stop with all of the drugs and alcohol? Hopefully before it's too late. But I don't think it's him playing the game of, oh, let me just keep doping this up so she can keep doing what I say. She want to do that. She want to suck toes. Ain't nobody making her do that. He ain't smacking her around.
No, and nobody making her do. Nobody's not making her do that. What he is saying.
Vic gets his toes sucked a lot, y'all. So obviously he's not coming from the scarcity mindset. You know what I'm saying? He's coming from the abundance mindset. Because you know what I mean. Vic's toes OnlyFans coming soon, y'all.
Now feed
Chef
me.
production.
Now I'm gonna go back to your point where you said that he's feeding her. Vic, like, if you watch the show, if you've seen any of the interviews, he needs her at a certain level of toxicity. He needs her at a level because when she did an interview where she was not drinking, she felt like she was being made fun of, like she was being manipulated. She felt it. He don't need her in a right conscious mind because that's not what's gonna make him his money. Right now, granted, they're making money together. I get it, but like I said earlier, we can agree to disagree at the fact that I would say she would definitely say, we making money, so she's not gonna see it. But if we're looking, when we're looking and we're watching these clips and we're seeing these episodes, it is so clear that he's manipulating her. He's preying on the weak. He knows that she's weak because she is damaged goods. Like, she's damaged and he knows it, and she's weak. And he's capitalizing off of that.
But wait,
how many bras out here is
see that she didn't get enough attention at home
for niggas with no money in their pockets.
But Vic, he making her millions, so I'm gonna keep the person that's gonna keep making me my millions. I don't care about the ones who's coming with nothing. So now I gotta deal with your shit and you ain't giving me nothing. I'm rather deal with someone who's gonna give me some millions.
Exactly. And he tolerates that bullshit.
You can find Wild and Ratchet in every hood, in every high school.
They're not making millions of dollars, Vic. You can find that. Yes, you can. But she is the money maker right now.
If they put a
let me
camera
break this up.
good, it would be just as popping because people like mess. They don't need Chrisean's mess. They just like mess. They could give a fuck if it's Chrisean's mess. That's why the next messy ass show will be popping too. That's why Bad Girls Club is popping too. Everything with some mess in it is popping because people like watching train wrecks. Whether they like.
And what do you think Chrisean got her start at? On Bad Girls. That's why we all know her from.
Remember she was on that before she met him.
Yes.
Now where was that located?
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
Because I have a theory, you know, her coming from the East Coast, right?
Yeah.
You know, and I talked to Chef about this. Her coming from the East Coast, she tried a couple of little things. Her running into Blueface was a West Coast move. I believe she got turned out.
Just to support your point, remember, she started on Natalie Nunn's Baddies or the Bad Girls Club, right?
Yeah.
Not the same show that we always see, but Natalie's version of it. So that's what got her to the West Coast.
Yeah.
That's how she got to the West Coast, but it was not him. I just want to make sure I clarify.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
Yeah,
so what I think is, this is just my opinion. I see a young girl who wants to be a star, much like any Midwestern girl. You move to the West Coast and LA flipped you.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Listen, I mean, LA flips everybody. LA flips everybody.
LA is brutal.
Right. LA is brutal because normally LA, if you look at the map, it's the furthest western point of the United States outside of Alaska, right? It's the furthest, and Hawaii. It's the furthest western part of the continental United States, which means that people have to travel to get there. If you're from any other state, you're going to have to travel to get to LA or get to Cali. And there's dreams. And I believe that the specter of that travel is going to make you see a smaller opportunity as a larger opportunity because of what you had to endure to get there. So
there are a lot of
that travel from Florida or from New York or from Pennsylvania or Ohio to get to LA is the equivalent for some people of somebody from Haiti, Cuba, Mexico, trying to take their ass to get to the US because of the opportunity that exists. And when you're a person, that's why they always say, oh, the immigrants come through and they take this and they take that and they send their kids to school and they do all of these things. A lot of it has to do with the opportunity that they see. So that trip across the country, it's when those people are making that trip, they ain't listening to you. They ain't listening to that shit you talking about. It's just like the dudes like me that go to Vegas. And I go to Vegas, I say, I'm taking $8 grand and I'm going to gamble. I'm going to turn that shit into 48 grand. You get what I'm saying? And I gamble. Y'all seen the videos that I put in Vegas at the casinos. But the point is, I'm not coming over there to take a loss. I'm coming there knowing that the win capability that I have. You follow what I'm saying?
It's not like somebody going to Atlanta. Hold on, Chef. It's not like somebody going to Atlanta or Miami where they can hit I-85 and get back home. This is another type of trip. And I want to tell people, well, I just want to ask, there's a lot of stars that you see on the silver screen right now, and the Oscars and the Tonys and all that stuff. They've been living a Chrisean life. They just don't have the same background. They don't have the same footage. You hear it all the time, Harvey Weinstein. You hear it all the time about when people go to LA. I got a little my homeboy, his sister is out there in modeling. I was like, yo, be careful. You get out in LA, you start going to LA parties, You start getting around these people. These people don't care nothing about you. They know what you out there from. Oh, you from a small town? Oh, come on.
And Wabbit.
So that's just my opinion about Chrisean. I think she's just another case of why of the LA drama that goes on in there. It's just another case. That's just my personal opinion. You know, following her story, she started off really good, trying to using her athleticism, using her beauty, using a lot of what she had at the point. But then when she touched down and she got grounded in there, them cats ate her up. And this is what we get out of that.
So let's do this, yo. Let's do this. I'm drop a little clip in here. Something for us to take a look at. Bear with me a moment. The only thing I ask is y'all mute yourselves so that we don't get that nasty echo. Oh, by the way, if it seems that the speed of the video is increased, obviously, I did it myself.
First and foremost, how are y'all doing today?
Great. I'm doing great.
What's going on? What happened?
What's going
I
on?
just emotional. I don't know if it's my period or am I pregnant. I don't know.
You know, a period and pregnancy don't run hand in hand. Am I tripping?
Did you not hear me?
I mean, I was just trying to help her out here. So, you know, I don't think it was.
I'm
You seem nervous.
I'm not
Hey,
nervous.
we here for you.
What is it about? What's keeping you guys together?
Love.
Traumatic bonds can bring people together too.
It's not a traumatic bond. It's more of a. It wasn't even that deep. I'm gonna just touch the surface. Like
Touch what surface?
sometimes she has a day where she's feeling like
There you go.
in her best. And some days she has
Now
days
you
where
just know. Don't
she's-
even touch the surface.
she's
when you
easily
talking to
triggered.
me.
You hear me talking?
Papa,
Do you hear me talking?
can we not talk
Yes or
about it?
no?
I
You want me to
hate
embarrass
it.
you or not?
Why the fuck you want to embarrass me?
'Cause
That's
when I'm
weird.
talking, you shouldn't be talking.
That's weird. I don't want to talk about it.
Usually when I talk, I'm used to just shutting the fuck up, listen to what I'm saying, dissecting it, and then picking her part of
her truth.
Exactly.
So what did happen, Blue?
What do you mean? What happened?
So she was having one of them days where it's like an easy fuse lit. And I was when we pulled up to the house, there was some white dude sitting on the stairs. She took it upon herself to trying to kind of defend him. Like, why are you being mean to him?
What
This
are
and this
you
and that.
talking about? I
So
thought
I'm
you were
like,
talking about me, and then I called you a bitch.
Why you say that to your
did
man,
what I
though?
did.
You can't get through to her.
Don't call me a bitch if you don't want to be a bitch
You don't
too.
think I demasculate your man, son?
You're a bitch too. You're a bitch too. You're a bitch too. You're a bitch too.
Can't get through to her, bro.
What?
Can't get through to her.
Don't call me a bitch if you don't want to be a bitch too.
If you call somebody a bitch, you just got to be prepared for what comes after that. What happens?
You don't feel that way, so we fought.
Did you learn anything from it?
What do you mean, learn anything from it?
Other than getting a fight?
Shut the fuck up, yes.
No, don't
you
tell
one
me
of
to
them
shut
niggas
the
that's
fuck up. Hey,
disrespectful.
listen
and
to
you're
me.
not,
I'm being very
you're not
cool
talking
with
to me.
you.
You're not talking to me.
No, I'm
You're
being
not
very
talking to me.
cool
You're not
with you.
talking
Come
to
and
me.
disrespect
You're
me.
not,
That's
you're
your
not really
fucking
talking to
problem.
me. You're not really
Couldn't have
talking
been
to me. You're
mine.
not really
You
talking
would
to
have
me.
did half of
You're not
that
really
shit.
talking to me.
That's on
You're not
Jesus
really
Christ.
talking
You
to
would have
me.
did that shit.
You're not-
Preach.
Before I continue with this, if you guys may not be, I'm doing a lot of advertising today. If you heard of the show with Adam 22 called No Jumper Podcast, this is one of the members of the No Jumper Podcast, a gentleman named Sharp. And he has a spin-off show called Sharp, not Shark, but Sharp, like a Sharpie, Sharp Tank. And Blueface and Chrisean were actually on the show. And for the record, what was Sharp? We talked about Chrisean's career. We talked about Blue's career. Sharp, what was his career that he's most notorious for? A pimp. So, just wanted to give you, yo.
Hey, did you notice how Blueface kept quiet in this though?
Oh, you got let them see it first. Let them see.
Yeah,
let them see it first. I know what you're talking about. Let them see it first. All right. So let's keep it going. I just want to give you guys a little clarity.
What happened? What happened?
You wouldn't have did none of that shit.
Not really talking to me. It's cool.
So Blueface was talking to somebody else.
You're not really talking to me. I can drink liquor. I can drink liquor. I can do whatever the fuck I want. It's like when he calls you one, bitch, we're common, and I can't say it back without a fight.
You said it should be justified.
He called me a bitch. Okay, cool. When I call him a bitch, it's a fight.
That shit ain't justified.
Straight up. You always tell me when I'm a bitch. Why can't I tell you when you're a bitch? Okay, that's weird.
Know how to talk to your man.
Don't do that, woman.
It's not a woman shit, bro. She know what's going on, nigga.
You just can't listen to nobody.
I understand if you call me a bitch, I should be able to call you a bitch back. However, I don't think hitting him with glass was the correct response.
Hit him with glass?
She had this little cut on her hand from weeks prior. She had to cut herself, and I knew that was a sensitive spot for her. So I said, "Hey, watch your mouth." And I squeezed her in, and she just turned up instantly.
Next, you want to go to the next one?
Once she realized she couldn't beat me, she came back with a glass cup in her hand. I kid you not.
We just not talk about this fucking stupid ass.
Usually you cool.
I'm cool.
Now you're being like.
How? Because you're just trying to say I started it. Like, nigga, like I hit you first. I didn't hit you first. Don't say that.
I wish you knew that your response to stuff means more than what somebody did first or second. Your response.
Did you hear them what they say though?
Did I say I hit you first?
If they're saying what they're saying,
fuck what they saying. If we saying fuck what they saying, why you saying what they saying?
Because we're interviewing with them, and you was agreeing with the same niggas we saying fuck what they saying. What you saying?
Girl, like in a cage. I was like, I don't know.
Like, yo, I can't do the girl that got a word for every word I got. Yo, bitch, hey, listen, especially when we in public, hey, if I say that shit, it's over with. I don't give a fuck if you right. And if you can't respect that part of the game, that's why Sharp said, man, you'll never pull that shit off. And you know, I don't be feeling him that much, but I understand that his macking seems authentic. And you know what I'm saying? It don't even matter. It ain't even about, you know, domestic violence and putting your hands on women. It's just about what you won't tolerate. And if you so unruly, then you have to be dismissed, which is why I say Blue ain't no square ass nigga that he don't understand that, or ain't nobody gave him the game on that, or he so blue pill. He just loved this goofy.
Nah, he got the game.
He got the game.
Some OG schooled him to the game. Some OG schooled him to the game, and
he does. Yes, he definitely do. And his mound temper and that, and I don't care what you say for me, I think something behind that mound temper and that calm, cool, and collected bullshit that he's doing. Because what he's saying is she can act a fool, she can act this way, but I'm gonna keep on making that check.
So, thank you, Andrea. And with that being said, what I'm going to do is defer to our brilliant, the other co-CEO of the Chef Choupino Club in Canada, Erin Laura, who I mentioned earlier. She's really brilliant. You see what she said there? Maison Choupino is the only ad that matters. Thank you, my love. And I'll help them with it. I got y'all. I'm giving y'all a minute and a half to go pee, 2 minutes to go pee, roll up, get you a drink or whatever. But we're going to let y'all know what Erin Laura's talking about. Thank you, my Canadian love.
Chef at the early that's the 30-second ad, Chef.
Say it again.
That's the 30-second ad, Chef.
Oh no, that was a 1 minute ad. I got the other one for your ass.
Oh, okay. Drop it.
Yeah, so Chef Choupino, Maison Choupino, it's an actual shoe line that Chef had designed and partnered with the factory in Italy. So handmade Italian designer shoes shipped directly to your address.
Nice.
All right. So folks, we have some questions that are related to what we're talking about today. And I think that it's critical that we address some of those questions. One of the questions that we had was related to specifically mutual or reciprocal toxicity, right? So let's keep it going. We have another question related to what we're talking about. Here's the question. Have we properly equipped our next generation of couples on the need for love discipline? Now, for the people that have been hitting me up telling me, hey, yo, Chef, yo, where's the link? Drop the link, drop the link. I thought I pinned the link to the top of the chat. If I did not, then I will. But the link been up there for a minute. Let's talk about it. Let us talk about it, okay? Link is pinned.
Are we equipped?
Have we properly equipped our next generation of couples on the need for love discipline? Now, let's talk about that.
Who the hell is we, and what is love discipline?
And again?
Who is we, and what
Yo,
is love?
your volume seems low. Is it me or is it you? Nah, that's me. My bad.
Turn your light skin down.
Who is we? wait. What did you say? You must have said some black shit. Did you say it again?
The next generation is watching Chrisean and Blueface, thinking that's a relationship. Though there's something wrong with that picture, D.
Wait, hold on. E Black has some bullshit to say. I want to make sure I ain't miss that.
Hey, it's a dark skin thing. You wouldn't understand, all right?
I already know. You know what I mean? Yeah, yo. So let's talk about it. Have we properly equipped our next generation of couples on the need for love discipline?
You got to get in. You got to get into the love discipline. What that's about.
Hold on. Let me ask somebody else then, because I know you, Mr. needs more information. So let me ask the other people first, and then I'll address your question. So Andrea, Biz and Blizz, right? I want all three of y'all to give me each, when I say, have we properly equipped our next generation of couples on the need for love discipline?
Well, no, I would say no, because if you think love discipline, if you think love is he buying you gold all around your neck and he buying you Birkin bags and shit like that, that's love. That's not love. And he letting you out here just doing whatever. No, no. You hit him upside his head. You putting no, that's not love.
Okay. All right. Busy. Talk to me. Have we properly equipped our next generation of couples on the need for love discipline?
I don't know if I can answer that. I'm kind of with Vic a little bit. So I don't know if I could really truly answer that question just yet.
Okay. So before I actually break things down, I want to
Hold on,
ask.
you skipping a whole panel member. God,
I didn't. Hear me out. That's what I'm saying. I said that before I break the things down, I want to make sure I ask each of you a question, right? So you and Vic on I need a definition. So Andrea gave her piece. So now Blizzy, I want you to give your piece. Have we properly equipped our next generation of couples on the need for love discipline?
I would say it's dependent on your household. I think with everything that's going on in the world, no matter what, you have every avenue of every type of media, of every type of lifestyle that you'd want. It's all dependent upon your life, your own household is how you're blocking these messages from them. The big thing right now is LGBT and trans lives and Black Lives Matter and all that yada yada yada. How are you handling your lifestyle? So if you're handling your household in the way that counters these external forces, then maybe yeah. But I think that it's hard to. I think every generation goes through this. Whether we can even go back to the Harpo days. Color Purple. They had domestic violence issues. They had the same issues that we're going through today. So I don't really believe that it's any different from any generation. It's just a matter of how your household handles it and what are the recipes for either getting out of the situations, identifying the situations. And that's pretty much my spill without getting deep into it.
Real love is unbridled. It's by definition it's undisciplined, or it ain't real. It's a construct. It's an agreement.
Oh, interesting. So Vic is normally the member that says needs more information, right? So let's talk about love discipline. For the record, it's not something that I Googled or I looked up. Love discipline is a chefism, and I'm going to provide you with the definition of love discipline, or as Erin Laura stated, discipline love. Love discipline. When we speak to a discipline is something that we do or that we utilize, all right, in order to put us in the best place for the goals that we wish to get. So let me do this. I'm going to pull this out. Discipline is the practice of training people to obey rules or a code of behavior. A code of behavior that can be used using punishment to correct disobedience, right? Or using punishment to correct disobedience. Another definition is a branch of knowledge, typically one studied in higher education. So the definition of love discipline, I call it, excuse me, the I would call it the modus operandi, the optimal modus operandi within interpersonal love relationships. I consider love discipline the utilization of specific behavioral boundaries set to allow the optimal flow of a relationship between two different people.
Thanks, Chef. That really helped.
There's
That
rules,
helped.
right? And so it was, it was a little thing that I threw out there. Love discipline is a definition. There's certain things that you don't do. There's certain things that you never do. It's a set of boundaries that you as a human being will acquiesce to, which means that you're going to fold to those particular boundaries to allow yourself to not jump off the ledge, jump out the window, off the porch, blah, blah, blah. There's certain rules that we know and understand within relationships that make them work. And we don't encroach or impinge on those particular territories. If you're with a person that you love and you get into an argument, one of the rules of love discipline is not utilizing that person's pain point to hurt them based on your feelings. Sometimes people get into their feelings so much that they will grasp at any kind of straw that they can, almost like a person that's going into quicksand. They're going to grab every branch, every tree root, every foot, every whatever they can grab in order to get them out of that quicksand. Practicing love discipline, what that is understanding there's certain things you can never do. Like we know, there's certain things that you never say to that person that you love. And I'll define it. They tell you don't ever say those things to a person that you love that you can't take back. And when we say can't take back, you can try to take it back. But what actually takes place is you've already seared that into that person, that thing into that person's consciousness about how you feel. And you've seared it into the mental record of your interpersonal relationship. So now they'll never become that person that they were before, because now you've shown them that you look at them within a different light. And if that light happens to be the same light that they were worried about before they met you, you fucked it up. You changed it. You've changed the whole dynamic. Never put your hands on your partner. That's a change in the dynamic. Never using a pain point. Never talking about the fact that when their mama used to beat the shit out of them for 3 years straight. Talking about, yeah, see, I tell you, you're supposed to be a man. That's why your mama whooped your ass for those 3 years.
Well,
All of these different things. There's things that you should never do within a relationship.
True. But maybe the problem is Chrisean doesn't have she didn't see discipline in her parents' relationship. That's why she think it's okay to do what she do with Blueface. I think something she's seen in the people who loved her, I mean, if you go back and listen to her when Dr. Ish was talking to her in that therapy session, how she said the dad did her and her sisters them. I think that she has no love discipline at all, because she will cross a line and don't care. And that kind of person is dangerous.
Anybody else?
There has to be. I'm gonna say this because I'm about to flow out, but there has to be boundaries, and the people inside of that relationship, no matter how many people are inside of that relationship, have to respect those boundaries. Whether it's, hey, we don't talk about our personal business with friends or family, or we don't put our hands on each other. I've been in relationships where perhaps maybe the girl came from a situation like this where she was egging me on, like, and I could tell that the game, like, you want a nigga to hit you? Like, why would you want that? Like, does that complete your day? Does that make you feel whole? Is that what you need to feel loved? And if you understand that some people find pleasure in pain, some people feel like they're undeserving of a certain kind of love, and this is the only love that they qualify for. But at the same time, you know, when you walk into a relationship, you need to put those disclaimers out. And if that's what you calling a discipline of love, I don't think there's one kind. It's like there's not one fighting style. You understand? It's just, can you get the job done?
Okay. So you're about to roll out, right? So I want to make sure at least I get an opportunity for you to answer this question, the one that I had posed. Have we properly equipped our next generation? When I say our, because I know there was a question about, what do you mean by our? Us? Let me see. 1, 2, 3. The only person on this panel right now that is below the age of 40 is Vic. And you're going to be 40 in July, right, Vic?
Nah, I got one more spin of the wheel.
Okay, so okay, my bad. So you 38. Vic is 38. So pretty much there's nobody on this panel below the age of 38. Have we, as a generation, let's say this generation, make believe you and my generation, have we properly equipped our next generation of couples on the need for love discipline? I've given the definition or the chefinition of love discipline. So I want you to answer that question before you roll.
I mean, in short, as the majority, absolutely not. They haven't been equipped with anything. They're just out here free flowing, figuring it out as they go in a age of technology. In an age of technology where we're unfamiliar with. They're facing issues that we have never seen, we've never addressed. They're having problems with things that we are unfamiliar with, that we don't even partake in. And at the end of the day, they're ill-equipped to deal with those because they don't have any experience and they haven't seen what a happy household look like in most cases. And if we're speaking of the Black community, it's even more prevalent because they're just plain and simply not enough great examples. So if there are some that have seen it and are working through their relationships, they're few and far between. But as a whole, no, I don't think they're equipped to deal with the streets. They're not equipped to deal with drug culture. They're not equipped to deal with this hookup culture. They're not equipped to deal with this information age. They're just not equipped. They're just flowing and figuring it out as they go, just like we did. And I think time will tell what will be the long-term effects of, that lack of discipline. Before I go, I want to say, one thing about this entire process. I was able to watch the majority of that series, Chrisean and Blueface, and I try to watch it objectively as opposed to being from a male perspective or a female perspective. I just wanted to watch objectively, and I wrote down some attributes that I found in both of them, and the positives and the negatives. For Chrisean, I found that she was beautiful, she's smart, she's honest, she's confident, and most of all, she's resilient. She's not a quitter. However, her negatives would be she's codependent, she's impulsive, she's emotionally fragile, emotional damage, she's immature, she's spiteful,
emotional damage.
She's dangerous, and she's egocentric. You even saw it inside of that interview. Everything has to be about her. Now, if I say, okay, well, what about Blue? Let me pull Blue up. I say his positives. He's loving. He's confident. He's secure. He's intelligent. He's articulate. And he's mentally strong, because he's put in quite a few precarious situations where he held his composure, and it was the people who were expected to show more restraint that were, the loose cannons. And he's patient. However, if you say what was his negatives, I think he's an instigator. And if you want to tie that into manipulation and all of that stuff, you can give him that hat. Most people who are quiet, they're thinkers, they're chess players.
And I say that's why I say he's a quarterback, so he had to be patient to run plays. That's why I say he's manipulating. Okay, the boy throw 300 yards pass in a game.
Sports, Nick. I'm in my monologue, Nick. I'm about to get up out of here, Nick. Let me get mine off. All right. So, to close out, I'll say this, because I wasn't really feeling Chrisean, and I felt sorry for Blue, because I've loved people who I ain't had no business loving before, and put myself in precarious situations for that. But
I gotta pause you, Vic. We got that Australian love. Hey, Aussie, oi.
We see you, Sydney.
We see you, my bro, Jambalaya. I'm glad you finally caught alive as well. And thank you so much for giving us the fruits of your labor. And you didn't even put Australian dollars in there. You went American on us. So I look, man, I love you, bro. Thank you. Hold it down. Go ahead, Vic.
So in conclusion, with all of that, once I was able to see, because you always got to go back to the source. I always like to know the why. Yeah, you fucked up individual, but why? And when they met Chrisean's family, I was able to see that she was the best thing that has probably ever come out of that family. Her entire family are amplifications of what she is now. They don't have any reason to, or they don't even have a standing to be able to correct her, because they exemplify in their own lives exactly what she is. They all ratchet. They all resort to violence to solve their problems. And I can only imagine, looking at Pops, that they all have substance abuse issues. So for her to, the rose that grew from concrete, I can't blame the rose that grew from concrete for not looking like all the rest of the roses. So I give her a pass to some degree, and I pray for her that she can find the person who can speak to her soul and allow her to release those things that are binding her. However, I don't wish her on nobody right now, including Blue. And that's all I got here.
Okay. I want to talk about a certain thing.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Vic mentioned something. Let me put this on the screen. Just so you know, the rose that grew from concrete is a symbol of resilience. God damn it. Don't mind me. The rose that grew from concrete is a symbol of resilience, determination, and the potential for beauty and growth in even the most difficult and unlikely circumstances. This phrase is often associated with the late rapper Tupac Shakur, who frequently used the metaphor in his lyrics to represent his own journey and struggles as a young Black man growing up in the inner city. The rose that grows from concrete. We understand concrete is solidified, right? It's a sedimentary rock. It's sedimentary stone, which means that it has no actual life-bringing essence to it. So when a rose is able to grow through stone, it's heavy. The rose that is able to grow from concrete or stone, that means that the roots are strong. That means the essence of that particular life form is strong. And even in it not supposed to be able to thrive within a particular environment, it ends up becoming a beautiful aspect or a beautiful part of that environment. That's the rose that grew from concrete. So I wanted just to make sure everybody understood that piece.
The thing is, Chrisean is looking for love in all the wrong places.
Oh, really?
Yes. When she loved herself, when she looked back on this in her 30s and her 40s, she's going to be looking like, what the hell was I doing? So she's looking for love in all the wrong places. When she gets help for herself, the things that she do to violate the relationship, she won't do. Because it and at the same time is, even when I thought was so, to me, I thought Blueface was embarrassed when she was in there arguing with Shark. I thought he was embarrassed, and I felt like he was trying to tell her, calm down. Like I felt like he was embarrassed, because it's one thing that you see you on the show doing it, but it's another thing to see you at an interview doing it. And it's like it's lines that it comes to a point that you are old enough to know, and them kind of settings you don't post across. And if your man tell you to calm down, you calm down. And what Shark was saying, I felt like she couldn't even hear it, because she was trying to overtalk him. She was trying to get her point across, and she felt like, oh, if I call you a bitch, you can call me a bitch. And he was like, no. And she thinking like she almost feel like she act like she a man.
Okay. So let me bring it. Let's drop this since you brought that up.
Any person with a penis in the situation,
No,
so
you're just very nonchalant.
you know how society is these days. Blame the dick.
No, if you're like the king, yeah, if you're like the head of everything, yeah.
I'm not at fault.
You're the
If it doesn't work out.
no.
Yeah.
More like
If the president.
More like
I
I want you to show me that you care, and you very nonchalant. Your mom, your sister, they like acting like that because you're nonchalant. You care.
Acting like what?
But you want to say you care.
I start to lose care for, people who don't like see the wrong that they do. They never like reflected.
But when we went to their house or whatever,
they weren't reflective at all. They still wasn't like I was wrong. They're like, if she do it again, then I need you to do something different. Like, what the hell? Why would she do it again?
But this is the thing about it. You just gotta accept them for who they are.
You don't gotta accept nobody for nothing that you
for
don't.
who they are, and
that
just
you don't
keep
wanna deal
and
with.
just leave them out the way. You feel me?
And see, I'm listening to her and him.
Hey, before you get started,
Wait. Is anybody going to answer my question too? Because remember, the whole question was, should any amount of love or understanding be the reason that you absorb and endure a behavior related to your lover's previous trauma?
When the fuck did you ask that question?
Yes.
But anyway.
My bad. I guess I was supposed to.
He was thinking it. I'm looking at it.
Look, Should any amount of love or understanding be the reason that you absorb and endure behavior related to your lover's previous trauma?
No.
Hey, peace to the panel. Much love for every last one of y'all.
Nah, Andrea, grab the duct tape and the rope. He's trying to roll out, yo.
I'm rolling. You can't stop this. Okay,
The dancing shoes.
y'all stop fucking with these Decepticons out there. All right, you know what I'm saying? And we up through there, man. Chef, holla at you. Biz, much love. Glad to see
All
you
right,
again.
Vic.
Through streets. Black, you know what it is. Hey, y'all check me and Andre out on No Gloves because we're gonna get into it. Holla back.
Okay.
No gloves. That's the boxing equivalent of no condoms. So watch out for Vic. But anyway, I'm joking. So yo, that's
Oh, speaking of no gloves, man, you know Ryan Garcia and Tank fighting, right?
Come on now. Come on. We remember we were supposed to be in Vegas for that. Remember, Chump?
Yeah. Well,
Right,
you know,
right.
April 26th.
Well, you want to be a married man and a husband and all that responsible shit. And all of us fuck niggas, you know.
It's called love, discipline. Oh, wait, what's up with this? Like, we must be a married man. Yeah,
That's fake discipline right there.
Okay.
Never mind. I'm just gonna mute. Look, mute.
But I say this. I think that Chrisean don't know herself. I think Blueface is at a point in his life that he knows who he is and what he wants and what he's looking for. She is still looking for. She's young, dumb, and naive. And she crosses lines and barriers that she don't understand. And when she look back on herself at 30 and 40, she will say something different to herself. And so I just say she's looking for love in all the wrong places instead of looking for love for herself. And she needs to go seek some therapy for that trauma that she had from from her family, that she's still holding on to loyalty, providing for them, and they condone her bad behavior.
Well, to answer your question, Chef, and I agree with you, Andrea. Mm-hmm. For me, there is no amount of understanding and love, and I like to believe that I have a lot of understanding and patience, but I don't to deal with my past relationship experiences or trauma. I don't believe so. I don't believe that it shouldn't, right? Especially if it's not what I'm used to and what I'm used to. I would have to say no to your question. There's no amount of love or understanding.
You? Now I consider you a friend of mine. You're a Chicago chick. So can't none of y'all O Block broads talk that crap you talking right now. Please help me out. Are we finna be smoking on that busy pack?
Yeah, listen.
You sounded really balanced for being a Chicago O Black, bro. To put me on.
Because I'm balanced and I'm reasonable and I look at things, but there's no way. There's no amount of love or understanding. If I was having to deal with Chrisean or Blueface, knowing that what their relationship is, there's absolutely no way that I would be able to do that. Just in the sense of the physical altercations that they have, right? No, it's not for me.
Okay. All
and
right.
sometimes, I even said it to my son. Any amount of love, you can't pray her through that. You can't wish her the best. What you need to do is leave her ass.
But excuse me. It's easy for people on the outside to say that. Some people don't realize that companionship, not love. Forget love. Let's take love out of the mix. Companionship, being able interpersonal relationships, that to me is one of what I would consider one of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. The ability to relate with someone. Let's say this. Did you realize that if there was somebody that you wanted to kill, delete, that lived in your neighborhood, and they wanted to delete you, and at some point, the both of you landed as the last two people on the planet and landed on a deserted island. One was on one end of the island and the other was on the other end of the island. Do you realize that those same people that you hated would be the people that you needed? Companionship is critical. Companionship is critical. You have grown men that may not be married anymore, and they have grown man friends. They'll become roommates. Companionship is critical. Having that human connection, that human bond is critical. So it's easy for us to sit from the outside and say, oh, leave their ass, leave their ass. But let's be real. It's not that easy. It's not that easy, because companionship is a critical aspect in terms of our humanistic hierarchy of needs and desires. Being able to share something with somebody, that's one thing. Being able to share something with someone is one thing. But the true blessing when you do it is that person being able to challenge you. And then you understand the challenge. And what the challenge does is it either makes you change your viewpoint, or when they challenge you, you come back with some other stuff and you knock them down, or that means it's able to embolden your viewpoint. But having another human, another physiological flesh-based mammal in the same circle with you it's different.
Yes.
It's important, and it ties you into that. Okay, the last thing anybody wants to do, you heard Kevin Samuels, rest in peace. Yeah, we talked about buy a dog, but the scarier part is die alone. Die alone.
Well, I always ask, well, how many battles you want to have? You know, how many wounds you want to keep having? Because now not only do you Blueface and Chrisean is them two in a relationship, they're finna have a baby. Now you throw a baby in the mix, that's a whole different set of rules too.
That's scary.
Baby.
That's scary. I mean, if it was my son, I would tell him run for the hills. How she's so clingy to him and everything. I'm scared. I'm a little scared for him.
So she's speaking, Andrea is speaking as the mother of a black son. Okay. Or let's say the mother of a handsome black son that women would love, which means that Andrea has a specific dog in this fight, which is Lil Man, which is Quentin, her son, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're looking at it from that perspective. Here's the thing, though. A lot of people don't, Andrea, in terms of this sector of YouTube that we're in terms of any YouTube, in terms of this society. Some would say that men's issues and worrying about men's issues is not really on the forefront of most people.
I always go back to think about what Sir Hill said that night.
Who? Oh, Sir Hill.
Sir Hill.
And he said,
"Yo, tell him about that story." Yes,
and I
please.
said when my son was having some issue with his girlfriend, and I was saying, just be patient with her because she had no father, so she don't understand that a man can stay and man loves her and all that. Said when I told Sir Hill them on that panel, they looked at me like, where his father at? And you a woman, you would say that. Tell his father would tell him run for the hills. And so when I had a conversation with his father, and I'm like, now
I'm sorry, y'all. I'm a person that listens to my friends' stories, and sometimes I listen better than them. Let them know what I want you to tell them when you said that you told your son he should be patient with his lady that was on some BS.
Yes.
Please talk about what my little brother. Yeah, I'm an old ass dude. Yeah, so he's little. He only 36 years old. Right.
He was like,
my little brother, Sir Hale, how he hit you up and what he said to you, please.
He said that's a woman's perspective. No, you tell him where's his father at, because that perspective is going to be different than what yours is. Women gonna say be patient, but men gonna say run for the hills. Men gonna say no, you don't have to take that. And then I thought about it ever since I had that conversation. And when it was some rules that I told my son: if this woman does this to you, don't be with her, because if she called you out your name, called you a bitch ass man, you got to leave that woman, because she will always cross the line. And that's what I was thinking when I was watching Chrisean in that Shark thing, having that interview. She had no respect for him. So the thing is she thinks she with the Blueface, she don't have no respect for him. She don't have respect for no man. And it's some things that you should not do. And I'm a 48-year-old woman. I know for a fact is I will never do whatever man I'm with. I will when he with his partners and his friends. I'm not gonna get in his face, act a fool. I'm just gonna say, baby, I'm ready to go home, and he gonna understand what that means. Because I'm not gonna be acting the fool. I'm gonna have the conversation alone. I'm not gonna embarrass her in front of his in front of his partners and stuff. And she was embarrassing Blueface. And he was so nonchalant and trying to get her to calm down. And it's so like she undisciplined.
I don't know. I don't know about that, right? Because I watched all 7, and I probably watched them a couple times, and I paused and I played and I fast forward and I went back again, right? Mm-hmm. And I did that because I wanted to make sure that I was seeing what I was seeing. And so when I go back and I look at these episodes, she should be able to control herself better. Yes. And she became physical, but Blueface, he is so manipulative. He knows every last trigger. Even in the episode where he's sitting on our Shark Tank, he triggered her because he started talking about things that she felt that he was lying about or incorrect about. In several episodes, he did the same thing where she was chilling, and then he was like, "No, let's have this conversation." And then she starts talking. She catches
Chef. My uncle, listen, to hell with all of y'all. My uncle is back. My uncle is here. Salute my uncle. Big Uncle Stu on the block. I appreciate you, man. Thank
what
you
up, Stu?
Through, man. That's my uncle right there, man. Like, he's my uncle in my heart. We talked in my darkest YouTube moments. He took his time out, and I'm emotionally, I'm getting choked up, but it's not going to translate. He hit me up and let me know, we love you, Chef. We got your back. You good. Fall back. Don't worry about it. So I had to salute Big Unk. Even if he didn't put a dime in here, just showing up, I respect you, Big Unk. Thank you. Sorry about that. Carry on.
The thing is,
I'm on my Chrisean shit. I'm so emotional, you know what I mean? That I'm gonna shut you down just to make sure I show that love.
But I do think that Blueface have learned how to. Let me say this: a quarterback is a leader. Okay, So I feel like this. He have learned how to lead, and he have learned. And since he been a quarterback, he know plays too.
Oh my God,
He plays.
Andrea.
Yes.
Andrea.
Oh yeah. I'm on to something. He studied plays, and he a quarterback, and he
In high school, you only have 5 plays: screen left, run; screen right, run; all go down the field and run; quarterback draw.
Is smarter than what everybody wants.
316 over 316 yards in a single game, bro.
Yeah, that brother is smarter than what everybody want to give him keys to.
He's playing chess with her. Listen,
yes,
he is playing the part. He is super passive aggressive. And I felt when I first started watching, I'm like, oh my God, I feel so bad for Blueface because he's in an abusive relationship. But what I started to notice certain behaviors of his where he triggered her. He purposely triggered to get a reaction out of her. That's why when she goes ballistic on him, he's chill because he already knows what the outcome is. It's a game. It's a chess move.
Okay. Since you're saying that, Biz, let's take a look at it really quickly. Pay close attention.
Are you gonna do some slow mo?
I only do factual.
Why you lying? Why are you trying to lie? What are we doing here, bro? What, a beef on live or what? What?
Don't beat me up.
Don't say don't beat me up.
Don't beat me up, please.
What?
Please don't beat me up.
So you trying to be weird?
I'm not.
Bro, I will leave you in here and nobody, like, you could, like, what do you mean? Nobody wanna fight you?
Don't hurt me, please.
Why are you trying to fight?
That's a straight up
manipulation.
That's so manipulative. That's some straight. You see, that's what he does to her, and that's why I had to go back and watch these episodes multiple times because I'm like, no, it's not her. It's not, and I don't feel bad for him now. He triggers that shit, and he knows the freaking outcome already. So he's prepared. He's already braced himself for the blows and the crack upside the head or wherever it's going to lead to because that's what he's doing. That's my opinion, but that's what
But I will say that she is cognitive of enough to hold back. If you didn't notice, she looked like, what we doing here? And then she's like, oh, well, you know what? I'll leave.
And he plays.
It's all manipulation.
He plays on her insecurity, and she this is somebody who ain't had a father in her life, and he left her. So this girl has father issues. Okay, so he plays on that. This brother ain't stupid. Okay, he spent plenty of time watching plays and doing plays and being a leader of the boys and the quarterback.
So you're saying he's pimping?
He knows that she left self-control though, for sure.
He's not pimping.
Pose it as a question. Wait. Pose it as a question, Blizzy.
Do you believe?
Let's ask that question.
Do you believe that Blueface is pimping her mentally? I'll keep it mentally.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I do. And if she knew herself and knew what her self-worth was, she wouldn't do some of this dumb shit she be doing.
Is there something wrong with pimping somebody mentally?
Yes, when you know when you know that you have the upper hand on her, when you know that you have the what's what I'm looking for? When you
Is it upper hand? That'd be like, come on now. Is it really upper hand if you're pimping somebody mentally?
When you know her weakness and you can use it against her. He knows her weakness. You think he ain't studied her? You think he ain't paid attention to every move that he made? Come on now, he's a quarterback.
What if she needs direction?
But he's not giving it to her though. He knows she needs direction.
Yeah, he knows
a whole bunch of shit, but he ain't giving it to her. But every time she turns up, he has the same smirk on his face and the same laugh on his face. He knows that she's weak and that he does have the upper hand. And if you want to call it pimping mentally, then yes, He's pimping the shit out of her.
I agree.
And then he's feeding the monster. He's like, here,
I don't
drink
think.
some more.
Look, this is
Drink some
the
more.
only time.
No.
This is one of the few times where I think pimping is actually in the positive, because I really think that she's really given herself to this guy, and in a way that I think that is desperate. That's just my opinion. I think
I feel okay. I'll go with that because that's what I feel. I feel like is I do. That's why I'm saying if she knew her self worth and putting a tattoo on her neck of him, it's like she's don't know her self worth. She don't know what she needs, and he is using that against her,
and he's eating it up. He loves that. He loves that attention from her.
Yes.
He loves the fact that she got 7 tattoos. He loves the fact that she would suck on his toes. Like, he thrives off of that attention.
But
right?
would you rather see her cracked out on the streets of LA?
Come on now.
Hell
I
no.
mean,
I would rather see her in a different place than this. Maybe not cracked out on the
okay.
streets
So
of
what
LA,
places?
but not being
Okay,
pimped
at
on
what
people.
level do you see her until you say, "Well, damn, you should have stayed with Blueface"?
Look, that's
I mean,
that's real hard, right?
Well,
Here's the thing.
but now, see, it's a different level now. This is a different devil now too.
she's at the best place that she could be as a person from the East Coast.
Not only do they're together, they have a child coming too. This is not good. I would tell this was my son, I would tell him this is the worst thing to have a baby with her.
Right, but you're talking from the perspective of you talking to your son. What E Black was talking about was her, from her perspective. Before she even met this man on a nationally syndicated TV show, she talked about, on the Ultimate Tag Show, she talked about how much she was about the money, to the extent where the host of the show said, she's about her money. She was about her money, and we know that, and we understand where she came from. We understand that she was broke. We understand that all of the abject faults and failures of every one of her lineage prior to her looked at her as the golden child. So now, her, with all of those societal, or let's say familial, family-based pressures that she received, guess what? She put herself in a position where she can already feed them. So one of the pivotal questions in all of this, and this is part of the chef rabbit hole, right, is this: is it truly exploitation if one person who you love feels I'm using you, but in me using you, I put you in a better place than you ever expected to be? Am I truly exploiting you? Or is it reciprocal? Because remember, take Chrisean out of there and replace her with any one of those members of the Blue Girls Club. And replace her with any of those. Replace her with Tanisha. Replace her with even Natalie Nunn. Replace her with Tommy Lee. Okay? Would it be the same? Hold on, wait. Let me cook real quick, Dre.
Okay.
Would it be the same? Because the question is, we're talking about exploitation, him exploiting her. But on the business sense, I'm going to throw this piece in there. On the business side, he needs her. And some would say she needs him. But at some point, she actually does not need him any further, because guess what? If they were to break up today and she decided to go start smashing Omarion, that will be a whole new show. Pay attention. Chef Rabbit Hole. arrived. That train just arrived just now. Is she really? Is he really, in the grand scheme of things, exploiting her? Or is she benefiting more? Because guess what? If you heard that he dumped her, if you heard that Blueface dumped her, he dumped Chrisean, and you found out he was dating Halle Berry or Angela Simmons, right? Would you want to go watch that reality show? Or would you watch the show of after he dumped her, he dumped Chrisean, and Chrisean got with Omarion? Which show would you watch?
Chrisean and
If you would watch the Chrisean and Omarion show. 2, if you would watch the Blueface and Halle Berry / Angela Simmons show.
Chrisean and Marion. Ain't nobody watching the Angela Simmons and Houghton. They're a little boring, okay? So we're gonna watch Chrisean and Marion. You know it's gonna be something.
And that is where my mind takes me in terms of this whole thing. Sometimes society looks at things and people look from their macro level, or they look from the perspective of being on the outside of the house and outside of the window looking in. We utilize our own personal and emotional litmus tests to determine what's right and what's wrong. But the thing is, she may be the smartest one out of the whole thing. She is the one at this point in time that is driving this whole thing. Excuse me. Talk about it. What do you guys feel about what I said? She's actually the one in power. Okay. She actually, to me, has a grown-ass man, a motherfucking, avowed crip that's allowing a woman to put his hands on her. Is it real? Is it real? Is it true? Does it make sense? I don't know. I see her as the winner within this dynamic. Talk to me, y'all.
She might be the winner in this short term. But what is the long? I believe she might be the winner right now, but I believe Blueface will be the long-term winner.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm sure.
They're both executive producers of the show. They're both executive producers of this whole vehicle that helped make this show come up tonight.
I believe so. But I believe that she is short term. Blueface is looking at long term. It's a difference.
Okay.
And that's why I think he is the fuel that fuels the fire in this, because he's looking at this long term. And the reason I would say that, because I would go back to his manager was saying, we need to get this money. And he was like, I ain't really feeling that. He's at a long-term goal. He's at a long-term. She's my artist. She's signing me. I don't want to work with other people. He's looking at long-term, and she's looking at short-term.
Okay. So we didn't hear from Busy, and she probably sleep. She don't know about the Chef long streams.
I am not.
So what do you think? I brought up the whole situation where when I watch this and I look at it, and some people are putting Blueface as the manipulative one. What I am noticing is that I think that, he can definitely be a manipulative one, but I totally believe what happens is that he recognizes the power of that particular young woman and what she can bring, and in terms of the money that she brings. And in the end, he may be making it look like he's the one in charge, when deep down, he realizes that he would not have the same level of engagement without her. Right. And in terms of the question that I asked to Andrea, you know, when I stated that, do you believe that he would have been able to have this same degree of engagement and power if he had chosen a different woman? Or, you know, like I said, would you watch him and Angela Simmons, or would you watch Chrisean with Omarion? I want you to answer that.
No, I mean, he's not going to get the same level of engagement with the people that you've named. And number one, we solely just look at background. That's not their pedigree. So that we're not going to get the same engagement. He selected the right person to gain what he needed to gain out of it, which is where he's at now, right? With her. They got views, they're doing great things with each other. It's all, at the end of the day, it's business.
Okay. So
let me ask you this.
I knew you Black was gonna come with a little simping. Come with it.
Is it Blueface? Is it Blueface's OnlyFans or is it Chrisean's OnlyFans?
Okay, so let me break it down. The whole OnlyFans thing. Remember, before there was the Blueface and Chrisean Crazy in Love show on Zeus, Blueface had a show called Blue Girls Club. That was on OnlyFans. So the clip where, you know, everybody else was on their phone and then he met Chrisean and she wanted to give him a hug, that was from Blue Girls Club. That was on his show, which was on OnlyFans. So his original show, his original reality show was on OnlyFans. This show, Chrisean and Blueface, and now they're actually doing season 2. They're filming season 2. That's on Zeus Network, which is different than OnlyFans. OnlyFans is $9, $10, $14, $15. Zeus is about what? $5.99. And you have access to everything they've streamed. So those are two different shows. She met him on the OnlyFans show.
And so she signed to his she signed under his artist, his developing artist.
Great question. He signed her. It's just like when you go on reality shows and, you know, the hip hop shows and the music shows, whoever wins those reality shows ends up getting a record deal or gets a deal where they sign with the person who's, you know, the label that's attached to the show or whatever. She won and he ended up managing her. And
where I say it's a conflict of interest, because sometimes you don't need your man that you're with and sleeping with to be your manager. I'm just saying
that's some bullshit. And I'm gonna tell them, yes, I interrupted Andrea, and if you don't like me, okay. What we doing right now is we reenacting the shit that happened in a real ass conversation. All right. Andrea said, but Chef, he's her manager. Don't you think there's a conflict, Chef? And I said, I don't know. Ask Ike and Tina. Ask Sonny and Cher. Ask Captain and Tennille. Ask Peaches and Herb. As R. Kelly and Aaliyah. As Jay-Z and Beyonce. Do I have to continue? That's life.
No.
So all of that conflict of interest, guess what? If I'm an owner of a record label and there's an artist that's coming up against me and their husband happens to be somebody within the same realm and they're able to manage them, me, I would be like, God damn it. Got this person managing them. I wanted to give them $1.5 million. This son of a bitch gonna ask me for $6.8 million. Damn it. And he loves her ass. And she loves him. It's a different dynamic. So when you say, hey, ain't that a conflict of interest? Life is a conflict of interest, Andrea.
Yes, but it's business. So business-wise, it makes sense. They're not married. Business-wise, she needs her own manager to look out for her best interests.
But guess what? If she had a manager to look out for her best interest, with everything that you stated and that the other members of the panel and previous members of the panel stated, guess what? He might not have dealt with her the same way. The fact that she loves the shit out of him makes him feel comfortable to put her in pocket. Because that, whenever you deal with a woman, that loyalty aspect is one of the things that we want from the front, is the loyalty. And if he knows that this person loves him almost more than she loves herself, watching them together, it almost feels like if a doctor told her, hey, I could give you a surgery where I can surgically implant you into Blueface's chest. She would pay for that shit before a BBL. I believe it. She wants to be a critical part of him. But here's the weird conundrum in all of this, because we ain't doing this all night. The weirdest conundrum with all of this is she loves him so much, but does she really love him so much? Or does she happen to just love him a bit more than she loves herself?
Yes,
that's the question I want to ask each of you.
Well, that's
No, she loves the clout more than
does
she
she
loves
love him more
No,
than
she
she
loves the
loves
clout.
herself?
She loves the clout more than she loves herself.
I don't know. I disagree with you on that one, family.
Anytime a woman, anytime a woman gonna get you on their neck, okay, she loves him more than she loves herself.
7 tattoos, family. 7.
7. That's something wrong with that.
2 7, 8 if you count when she lost the tooth. Remember, one of the replacement teeth was a tooth that had some Blueface shit on it. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
She loves Blueface more than she loves herself.
Man, look, I'll be real with you.
Peace, Aaron. Laura.
If NBA young boy or the baby was to pick her up, I think we'd see the same situation.
Nah.
I really think it's really a matter of it's a weird dysmorphia of body image and clout.
You know,
that's just my
funny?
opinion.
As I watched it, and even in terms of me, and I made sure I watched it, and just Andrea could tell you guys the idea for the show came a few weeks ago, and I could tell you this: watching it, I see it a little differently, man. I see it a little differently, Blizzy. She wants him, but quite honestly, as I look now and I see all of these different things, and now we know she's pregnant. I don't believe it's a weird mix, bro. It's a weird ass mix. Is one using the other versus the other using? I believe that he's utilizing his frontal lobe in terms of how to deal with the woman and how to deal with her. I believe that she is emotionally attached to him, but part of her physiological being is understanding her need, is understanding the scarcity, and it's making her want him more. But in the end, the worst part about it is they're deleting each other bit by bit as the money continues to grow. They're profiting from their own poison. It's like if I had cancer and every cancerous cell of mine that would metastasize, I receive $1 million. They are profiting from their poison to each other. Call it rabbit hole, chefing hole, whatever the fuck you want to call it. In the end, I believe that they both are profiting from the same poison that's destroying them.
And
I got an issue with that. But they don't know, and that comes back to us.
And they're showing
love discipline to the next generation.
And
the
they're
boundaries. Sorry, go ahead.
They're showing our kids, like even my daughter was saying, "Mama, why are you watching this mess? This is ridiculous." That she even understands that it's a lot going on this, and this is not okay. And our kids our kids think this is cool. Oh my God, Blueface is Chrisean. Oh my God, no, this is trash. And not only is it hyping up, it's hyping up that then she's pregnant too. All these, and then we say about women having babies out of wedlock, women having kids. We don't know if they're gonna be together in 5 years. We don't even know if he's gonna even marry her.
So
broke people do the same thing every day, man. They stay with people who make them feel good or who they feel they can help them. Or a lot of young ladies put themselves into the hands of a man because they feel that this man can lead them to the best them that they feel that they can be.
Okay,
I agree with that.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. What you got, Biz?
No, I agree with E Black just said actually, and I think that she does love him more than she loves herself. And she's proven it and she's showing it every time. But it's gonna be interesting because now that she is expecting, she's not gonna be on that same level or in the same headspace as him. So I'll be interested to see what their season 2 looks like because now she's expecting. I don't think it's gonna be the same Chrisean and Blueface.
Thank you. So I'm gonna say this:
Blueface gonna get a job.
Right? He gonna work at Staples. He gonna work at Office Max. Look, so
Blueface in the office.
He's gonna have time to go make some music since she's pregnant and she'll be turning up so much. How about that?
Listen, Blueface. Honestly, he was never he. If he tells you the story, you heard him tell the story. He was not some dude that been rapping all his life. He just happened to go with one of his homeboys to the studio and he played around. And he was like, "Oh shit, I could do this." And that's how he did his thing. So rapping is not his passion. Football was more of his passion than rapping. It was not his passion,
And that's why I don't understand why if he passed for 300 yards, why did he give that up? Did he not feel like make it?
It's not that.
There's a lot of high school. Me and my homeboy, we say there's a lot of high school trophy ass dudes. Al Bundy out here.
You know the biggest one, right? He just said it. Damn it, you said it before I said. Who's the biggest high school trophy ass nigga? Al Bundy, because he passed for like 6 touchdowns. He ran for like 6 touchdowns in the Polk High School state championships. Y'all know Al Bundy. What does he do now? Punk ass sells shoes and got to lay with Peggy Bundy. Right? So, in terms of saying all of that, it's easy for us to say and look at a particular person's point of life and say, this is the promise that you had. This is what was yours, and you screwed it up for that. But the thing is, he's in a better position that he might have been. There's a lot of people that did well in school. Everybody had a great high school game. I had a great high school game. You know what I'm saying? I was a freshman and I played varsity football in high school, you know. And I had, look, I was a lineman, you know what I mean? I was thick dude, big dude. And I ended up getting a sack. And how did I get my sack? We all in 3-point position. We at the line. And then they hiked the ball. The person that was in front of me, he didn't come up off the line in this 3-point stance. So I literally jumped up, stepped on this freaking knee that was planted, and jumped over him, and I sacked the quarterback. That was it, yo. Ain't no touchdowns, ain't none of that shit. That was it. I had a 2-3 second sack in high school football, and that's all I got.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
When you're a 40-year-old man and you talk about the pinnacle of your life, and the only thing you got to say is that you threw 316 yards in the game in high school, at some point that shit don't resonate anymore. It doesn't. So in the end, as we look at him and we look at her, you know what? Is he using her? Is she using him? And that was the reason, in terms of the rabbit hole recently, that I brought up, and I said, hey, put him with somebody else, with 2 other women. Put him with Alicia Keys. Ain't nobody gonna watch that shit. Ain't nobody gonna watch that. You put Chrisean with a basic rapper, it's gonna get more views. So now let's think about who we call the victim.
Crazy in Love finally dropped, and I'm just like, should we really be watching this for real? Because I watched a recent interview with Jess Hilarious, and this is what she had to say.
What's her name? Chrisean Rock?
Because I was about to jump in her DM and tell her, look, yo, what you doing? It ain't it. But to be honest with you, shorty is young, and nothing that I tell her right now will matter. Her dream is to be a ride or die. I can't change her. That's her dream. Until she realized she's worth more. Look, she ain't nobody love her like that, so she think that's love. That's not fucking love, Chrisean. You got Natalie Nunn and shit like out here exploiting shorty. She running up on motherfuckers and fighting every day, and Zeus clown ass motherfuckers is making all this money. Man, get me a deal with UFC then.
Did she lie? No.
So here's what I'm gonna do. Because I told y'all last week we wasn't finna be on here all night long. So what I want to do is I'm going to drop something from a brother that many of you guys know. If you don't know, you Google him on your own. All right. And you know, if my boy Anton want to come up off it, he'll hook me up so we can bring the family on the show. But let's take a look at this brother right here and what he had to say. Bear with me a moment. Hold on.
Say, Blueface, you run around here taking all them goddamn boxing lessons? Box that bitch. Say, Blueface, you run around here taking all them goddamn boxing lessons? Box that bitch. Say, Blueface, you run around here taking.
My bad, y'all. That wasn't the right one. Pardon me. But while I do that, I'm going to let y'all talk about what y'all feel about this thing here while I correct this struggle streaming issue.
Like I said. Well, go ahead, Andrea. Since you hit the mute first, I seen you.
You first. You can go ahead. We're an open platform. We let everybody come over here. So you go ahead. Okay?
I just love listening to you first. So go.
You do. Look. I Blueface, Chrisean, they're young, in love. We hope that and pray they don't have to go through the struggles of being in a relationship, because everybody blamed Bobby Brown when it came to Whitney Houston, and he took a lot of hits, okay, on that. Bobby did. And I don't think he ever recovered, because everybody said it was his fault because she was the princess. And sometimes I feel like Chrisean's family, parents and her family feel the same way about her, but she ain't innocent. And Whitney wasn't innocent either. But just a lot. And so I'm just saying, you hoping and praying that they get themselves together. They have a child coming. It's the next generation. And if this is my son, I'll tell him run for the hills, but this ain't my son. So in Blueface mama, she still want to be young her own self, and out here want him to take care of her. So that's a little it itself a lot. So that's why it got trauma bonding for me. You know, they got a lot of family on their backs that they want to be carried, and that's a lot for somebody that young, for both of them. And sometimes, you know, for her, she had a lot of trauma when it comes to her family. And I hope that Dr. Ish said, that she gets some help, because you don't want to pass that down to the next generation. How about that?
But let's be honest. Does her fixing her traumas fix her economy, her money?
No, it don't fix her. No, don't fix her money. But what it will be fixing, she has a child coming. She don't want to put them same.
Does it fix her lifestyle, Andrea? Come on.
No, because if she's gonna be having a kid with Blueface, because he gonna have the support too. So that child ain't gonna want for nothing, okay? But what I'm saying is, she needs to get some therapy, because she don't want to. You don't want your child to feel like her. Like she needs somebody to love. She desperately needs Blueface to love her. That's what I'm saying. You don't want to pass that on to your daughter or son.
What do you think is more important to these people? Poverty or mental issues? Emotional issues?
Well, she don't want to live in poverty. That's go crazy.
I don't know, Blizzy. I'll tell you why I don't
be
know.
honest.
No.
Let's
be real about this.
Let me clarify before you go on, because I don't want to be clear. I think there are certain people who care more about establishing money, safety, protection, all the above their own physical attributes and everything else. I think they care. I think there are people who will literally sacrifice themselves to ensure that they have the ability to make money. I think we all think. And at a lot of times we all put ourselves in the higher position and say, just get a regular job. Most people don't want a regular job. I think there are certain people in this world who would rather do whatever it takes to establish the money and the currency of whatever America can provide, through their body, through their scamming, and through their whatever they can, to establish themselves, rather than doing the right thing. And I just want you to understand that I think Chrisean is just really just one of those people that just says, you know what, I'll give myself as long as I can make this paper, because I'm not. She's not working at.
What does that mean?
She's not working at Target.
I mean, she's chosen her value, bro.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Right.
Yes.
And remember what I said, that in terms of it looks like she loves him more than she loves herself. It makes sense. She puts dealing with him and understanding the pain and the dejection and the crazy shit that she came from over in Baltimore as the last child or the 11th sibling of a parent of 2 drug addicts, a felon and 2 drug addicts, right? So that means that she's all in terms of, remember Kevin Samuels, there was a thing he would do, which was called level setting. She psychologically and emotionally, to me, set her level. And so money, because she came from poverty, money was important. It was majorly important. But the final question that I want to ask and allow everybody to answer is this. And I'll give my opinion about it. My final question is going to be, now that she's pregnant, do you think she's in a better position or a worse position? Now that Chrisean is pregnant, is she in a better position or is she in a worse position than if she was not? Some would say, oh, she's in a better position because she got the bag. That bag, that reality show bag, that wasn't his bag before he met her. That reality show bag was not his bag until he met her. So was she a benefiter? Was she, when you have a life insurance policy, is she a beneficiary? Or is she a precipitating factor or the impetus? IMPETUS for his success in this realm. There's a shitload of rappers that have been on reality shows. Shitload of rappers that had hit records that's on reality shows. Stevie J had more hit records than Blueface. Stevie J produced most Biggie's second album. He produced More Money, More Problems. But he moved into that other realm. So in the end, when we look at it, does she need him or does he need her? So I'm going to allow each of y'all to go clockwise with it. So we're going to go Andrea, Biz, Blizzy. Talk to me.
So I think Blueface needs her, and it hypes it more now that she's pregnant. So that gives her something to hold on to because it's something she's having the baby. So this is something they share together now. So I think it's gonna be hype this new season. She might not be drunk and high, but she gonna be a little hyper. And as soon as she dropped that baby, I think she's gonna be a different person too. Because motherhood's changed you. Shoot, it does. And so I just think she might be a different person. We'll see. She'll wait and see for me.
Nice. I like that. All right. Before we go to Biz, I want to reiterate and throw it out there. And I'm going to take out the other stuff. Would we want to see Blueface in a stable situation? Okay. Would you rather see Blueface with Beyonce? Or would you rather see Chrisean with Johnny Two Times, who lives up the road in Atlanta on Peachtree? Let's be real. That's the piece that speaks more volumes. I believe that when we ask those questions and we put people put your mind and lock it into particular paradigms of thought. Who would you want to see? And no matter what, you can put as many pieces as you want. You can put as many pivotal pieces in that dynamic as you want. Guess what? It's going to be hard pressed for you to find somebody that you would want to see on the screen where it's going to be Blueface more than Chrisean. Don't nobody want balance. I'm still a corporate executive. I'm still bound by my company's social media guidelines and practices. There's an agreement. I have to sign it. So the chef that you see, I'm long-winded, talk slow. That's because I'm parsing my words. But I would be a totally different chef because I would say whatever the hell I want to say. She has that freedom. He parses his words. He moves more balanced because he has to. So in the end, she was making millions from not doing anything to change. So who is it free? Are we free? Is the 9-to-5 people free? Or us 9-to-5 folks that feel that we have so much balance and so much, savoir-faire to be able to navigate certain things? Are we really free? When you look at us and you look at her and she can say whatever the fuck she want to say and make millions from it. Who's free? You? Or is she? Who's free? Blue? Or is she?
Well, Chrisean is free. Blue
in
is
this whole dynamic. Thank you, Andrea.
Chrisean is
Call
free.
it the chef rabbit hole or whatever. But in the end, as we look at it and we sit there and we dissect the situation and look at her as a victim, some of the situations we look at him as a victim, but it's easy to see. We debunked that him as a victim thing a while back because we were able to recognize, I don't want to use the term narcissism, but we were able to recognize certain choices that he made and certain things he allowed. But in the end, us, because guess what? I get off of this shit here. It's 12:37 a.m. in Atlanta on the East Coast. Guess what? At 9 a.m., I got to wake my punk ass up to go to work. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
And I still got to watch my mouth. So what I'm saying is, in the end, pay close attention, y'all. Who's really the victim, right? She don't got no gash in the back of her head. She don't. So let me play this real quick before I let y'all go. And go mute, please, because it's a YouTube stream. I want to make sure there's no echo. I just got to run this one back.
Run around here taking all them goddamn boxing lessons. Box that bitch.
How would you handle Chrisean?
Say, Blueface, you run around here taking all them goddamn boxing lessons. Box that bitch. Say, Blueface, you run around here taking all them goddamn. Say, Blueface, you run around here taking all them goddamn boxing lessons.
How would you handle Chrisean?
Donkey Kong, like Uncle Wayne said, do. You hit on top of a goddamn head, and it don't leave no bruises. Police come.
But getting a broke woman, a nigga bitch like that, and they got a television show, y'all. Who done gave these niggas a television show so we can watch this nigga get abused? We watching a nigga get abused. Male domestic violence. Where's the outrage? If he was whooping her, blacking her eyes, splitting her heads open, they wouldn't have gave that boy no television show. So this is what I mean by some hoes need their ass whooped and they pussy took. My uncle taught me this. Can somebody tag Chrisean in her, that Blueface boy? And I'm talking to that Blueface boy. Next time that bitch hits you, boy, ball your motherfucking fist up like this here. Swing that motherfucker and hit that bitch right on top of her head. Boom! It'll jam her neck. Getting a broke woman, a nigga bitch like that, it ain't television.
I'm sorry, y'all.
Wow.
No, I'm sorry, man. You always throw a little Charleston in there for a little comic relief.
That was good.
But listen, y'all.
I'm sorry, I ain't feeling that one.
I know. You on that contrarian bullshit tonight.
I'm sorry.
I know.
I'm sorry, man.
We're gonna call E Black Derek Blackson. We're gonna call E Black Derek Blackson.
That was funny.
So
I ain't feeling what he talking about at all.
I know. That's a whole nother show, yo.
Well, I was about to say, what part are you not feeling now? Which part? Just out of curiosity.
E Black got a thing against real niggas, but
no, I got it.
That's why we just being friends back again, because he didn't, you know what I mean? He's trying to
Yeah. I got an issue with real. Yeah. Yeah. Yo, end the show, man. Fuck you.
Right. Oh yeah, y'all know E Black. He'll be like, "Yo, you know what? Boom, and end the shit." So listen. At this point, my ending piece is, as I look at this whole thing, do I look at Blueface as the victim? No. Do I look at Chrisean as the victim? No. I believe that the two of them do have a certain modicum of love for each other. But when I look at Blueface, especially, she lined his head up, had glass in the back of his head and everything. I think what Blueface is doing is the equivalent of when those people say, hey, if somebody offered you $1 million to go and have a round in the ring with Mike Tyson, would you take it? What happens is somebody gave you an opportunity where you're able to determine POP, which is the price of pain. He has been able to figure out his desired or his acclimated price of pain. He recognizes who she is. He recognizes her trauma. He recognizes all of that. But he's able to monetize that. And so at the end of the day, I personally believe it. I thought differently a week ago before I saw the current stuff. He's choosing to go into the ring with Mike Tyson and last a round. He's willing to take those punches because he recognizes that the monetization is going to be worth more than the pain that he feels. He's doing it. He's allowing her to do all of these things. He's telling her, go ahead, go get you another shot. Okay, yeah, don't do that Hennessy. Mess with the Casamigos, because the Hennessy get her knocking niggas out early. So at the end of the day, who's the real winner? She's the real winner. Because nobody wants to watch the balanced guy. People want to watch the train wreck. They want to watch the broken shit. They want to hear the squeaky wheel. Nobody want balance. And I think that this young man, as a quarterback, was smart enough to recognize. And he's playing to societal influences in terms of how she is behaving. if you end up watching the show, and you know they don't owe me some money because I got a few people that end up, you know, subscribing to Zeus behind that show. He understands the red pill rage of now. He understands it. If you see the show, there's certain conversations he has where he makes like some heavy red pill statements. And it's really, really interesting. So at this point, if they said choose a victim, I would choose him as the victim. Why? He's getting money. She's getting money. But she gets to whoop his ass. So you watch the show. If you ever get an opportunity to watch the show, there's times on the freaking show where he looks like he's crying on the inside. Because it's almost like he's selling himself as a whore or a whipping mule in order to make money. Positioning himself as a victim in order to make money. So literally, as crazy as it seems, he's getting paid. He's allowing himself to get paid to be her bitch. She broke a glass on the back of his freaking head. And instead of saying, baby, let's go to the doctor, she's, let me go get the vac. Let me get the vac. He's her bitch. That's all I got for you. I'm going to let y'all wrap this. Talk to me.
I actually agree with that. I agree with what you said. And just to close it out for me, to go back to your initial the question that you asked a couple questions ago. Maybe 3 or 4 questions ago, right?
Yo, come with it. You know, I ramble.
So, when it comes to Chrisean now, right, I feel as though, I think that I don't feel bad for Blue or for Chrisean. I feel bad for the baby that they're about to bring in, this life that they're bringing into the world, because both of them are totally unstable. And I think that it's a certain, and I believe in generational curses where if not only that is that she's gonna bring a child into this world where she's gonna be a baby mother, because Blueface has made it very clear he's not gonna marry her. He don't believe in marriage, don't want to be married. So there's gonna be another child that's potentially being raised by a single mother who has not dealt with her past traumas or issues, no therapy, no nothing. And she truly, if she didn't need it now, she needs it more than ever, because she is pregnant and bringing a life into this world. And you would always want your children to have a better life than you have. So, you know, I feel bad right now because she is pregnant, you know, and bringing it into the world. And I think she's doing it to get closer to Blueface, or thinking that it's going to make him come around, and it's probably not. So, at the end of the day, they are, honestly, to me, I agree with you. They are benefiting off of each other, but they're benefiting off of each other in a business sense. They're both making money off of the way that she's able to be herself. He's going to take those licks because of them licks is making him some money. So they're benefiting off of one another. And it's just an unfortunate situation. But people like it. I don't hear nothing you're saying, Chef. I see your mouth moving.
I know. I had to get you a sample of the muted chef. That's a new thing, the muted chef. But please, Busy, I first and foremost want to thank you for joining. You know, you normally pop in, and you know, I remember there was one time you went, you know, you popped into a Brother Clarence or something with him and Rico and them. You know, peace to Brother Clarence. Let's talk to Better Black Life. But I definitely appreciate you dropping in, and want to let you know you're always welcome to the spot. If I ain't at the crib, if you look, the key is going to be on the left side of the door, up under the big rock. All right? And you're welcome. You got your spot here. So I appreciate it.
I'm official now, y'all. He left me the key.
Left for the key, yo. You know what I'm saying? But don't Chrisean me and beat my ass, please. All right.
No, you good. I appreciate it.
So thank you.
E Black, Andrea, it's been real.
Good night. You take care, Busy.
You too.
Hold it down, Busy. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Nice seeing you again, or nice hearing from you again, Biz.
Same, E Black.
Oh, you seem busy. Oh, okay, you lucky. Hold it down.
No, stop. You gotta relax. You gotta relax.
In the biblical sense. Yeah, you know, me and E Blizzy, we like thick girls. We seen that Avatar. So, you know. But hold it down, Biz. Peace. So come with it, Busy. Talk to us.
Yeah, this is another reason why you need to protect your daughters and teach them their worth. I ain't got too much to say after that, but like I said, it's just one of those things where I see the play. It's a sad world that there's people like this in this world that are like this, but sadly enough, they're made perfectly for each other, and it makes great entertainment. So you know, it is what it is. But if you want to avoid your personal situation like that, protect your daughters, show them their worth, and even though they may strive for different things or things that may be greater than what you can even conceive, you still have a responsibility to them to ensure that they are protecting themselves, because you cannot well, man, you can't expect LA to protect you. It's rough streets out here in LA and in the Cali. You know, it's rough out here, and these cats will do what they do, and I'm trying not to be as ghetto as I can be, but you know, I that's my opinion. So salute to the panel, salute to Biz. I appreciate seeing her opinion, and Andrea, of course, I love her opinion, and Chef, yeah, but we gonna move out on that.
All right, my dude.
Peace. Hey, I gotta go, man. I gotta get some sleep, man.
And, you know, he got his own Chrisean over there. She didn't line this nigga head up. So
yeah, man. I got battle scars, man. Y'all.
But remember, they calling me Black for a reason. So we gonna call him tomorrow. We're gonna call him E Black and Blue. Hold it down, big dog.
I appreciate y'all.
All right, my dude. Peace. Peace, Busy. Old lady.
Yes, I'm not an old lady. Okay.
Your old ass, I can hear you. I heard you. I had to pull you down before because I heard your old ass snoring.
What's that snoring? I was not snoring. I had to take some medicine, but I had a headache, but I was not snoring. These lights was killing my leg.
Yeah, you taking that? What was that? Nah, not Preparation H. That's asshole shit. What was the other thing? The one for the knees. Liniment.
Well, this is a good song. This was.
But yo, talk to these folks about this. You definitely are very important. I want you to talk to these folks about this particular conversation and how it started and what got us to this point. Because this, remember, I haven't done a live in a bit.
Yes.
So I think it would take Andrea to be able to kind of elucidate how this particular conversation was important. So help me out.
Well, we was talking about we thought that Blueface was being domestic violence. We thought that Chrisean was beating the shit out of him and he wasn't doing anything. We couldn't understand it. But as we watched the episodes, we see something different, and we see something different when it comes to children and parents. I see something different when it comes to mothers and sons, and even the dynamic with Blueface and his mother, how she is leaning on him to take care of her, and it's one thing to put the son and the mother in the crosshairs because Blueface is a grown man on his own stuff,
and his mother needs him financially, and she puts her weight around like, because I'm a mother and I don't want to see these girls in this house. Like, it's her house, and that's a precarious situation to put yourself in. And I think about that with my own kids. I never want to depend on them in a way financially. Now, they have to take care of me when I get older, that's fine. But they have financially take care of me? Nah, that's something different. And so I'll say I could see how she tries to manipulate and tries to get her way. And he's saying, look, I'm a grown man. This is my house. This is the way I want it. And she didn't even want to leave it. She didn't even want to leave the big house. He has another house, and she didn't want to go to the townhouse. She wanted to stay at the big house. Like, she owned that house. He owns that house. And he even said that, told the therapist, like, she want to be his girlfriend, and he just like, that's a odd way to put yourself in a relationship with your mother, and y'all gotta argue over your girlfriend living here, and they had a fight with your sister and your mother. That's not a good situation. So I understand him a little. I understand the predicament that he's in.
So, thank you. The conversation with all of us started way early, and it was something that I was thinking about, and it was based on some of the stuff that I had seen.
Mm-hmm.
I checked Zeus, and I watched the show. Vic got a lot of stuff to do. Vic don't watch his own show. But he understood the assignment, you know what I mean? And we literally got this dude to watch
7 episodes.
7 episodes, okay? 7 episodes. So I appreciate, because I thought it was going to be important to get his point on this thing. I appreciate Blizzy, because I know he was going to bring his point to this. I sincerely appreciate Busy, because she had some major points, to make related to this.
I'll be honest, it was difficult to watch it.
It was difficult. I mean, I got to be real with you guys. So I'm not really saying go to Zeus and watch it. If you want some clarity to see where we came from, I would say yes, go and watch it. But this is not even a 10 episode season. This is only 7 episodes, and that 7th episode was called a bonus episode. So let's say 6 regular episodes. And those episodes were about 40 minutes a piece. And if you take the promos out and the credits and all of that, each of those episodes was literally maybe a half hour, 35 minutes. But it was emotionally draining. It was emotionally draining.
Yes. It had my spirit.
Andrea was calling me. I was like, yo, you gonna call me at the end of every goddamn episode?
And I guess for me, because I have suffered, I was in a domestic violence situation. So for me, it brought back memories that are things that I didn't want to remember.
So when did you stop beating him?
I wasn't beating nobody, okay?
No, I'm just messing with you. I'm messing with you. We don't condone domestic violence here, y'all.
Violence either, okay? For me, I didn't like it because I seen some things in there. It triggered me, so it took me a minute to depress the episode out of my system.
Decompress.
Decompress the episode out of my system. And I was trying to hurry, and I went back and watched the episode over again because I felt like I was hurry up and trying to watch it to get it out of my system. So I had to go back and watch some stuff to make sure I got the perfect points and stuff. But it was a lot.
So
it was a lot for me.
let these people know what makes you a special, unique soul within this universe. And talk to them about Ezekiel too, little man, please.
Ezekiel, what makes me a special sneak? So I'm just Andrea Lynch trying to give my opinion, and if people want to listen to my opinion, I appreciate it. And I feel like I got something to say, just as something to say. And so
I said, Ezekiel, shop my little ninja Ezekiel out, please.
Ezekiel, today is not his birthday. Today is Boyd's birthday. Ezekiel is gonna be 9 come July.
Oh, I'm sorry, Boyd.
Yes,
Andrea got 48 kids, y'all.
Today,
She got two of us is Ezekiel and Boyd. I apologize. It's actually Boyd's birthday. Ezekiel is
Boyd's
not.
birthday. He's 11 years old, and I've been having him over a year now. It's been a year now. He's been in my house. He's 11 years old, and he done made so many progresses. His behavior is good. He's doing good in school, and I was told today that my house is a great house for him, and his father loves him being here with me.
So, what would you say to Ezekiel if he brought Chrisean over to your crib for the prom?
I would tell Ezekiel to run for the hills. Because Chrisean, the more you can pray for her, you can love her, but you can't pray her through her trauma. And she has a lot of trauma that she needs to work out before she needs to be in a serious relationship with you. Somebody who's loving, tender, and a sweet man. I don't want her to damage you.
Tender. Right, you described it like a steak, but I ain't gonna judge you on that one.
You can damage some good men over one relationship. I would say that. I did not know that some of my ex-husband's trauma he claimed is from me. And as I have a conversation with my son today, and that's the way he is, because some of my words hurt him that he ain't never forgot.
Thank you. And with that being said, I'm gonna drop you down.
Okay.
And I'm gonna talk to these folks. There was one last question. This question wasn't one that had to be posed on the screen, but we're gonna drop this. And this is the question that I take for you. I'm one of those people that tell you, hey, I'm gonna ask you this question, but I don't want you to answer me. I want you to look in the mirror when you're alone and ask yourself that question and come up with your own answer. Should any amount of love or understanding be the reason that you absorb and endure behavior related to your lover's previous trauma? If you say no, it's definitely understandable. But if you say, like Danique says, if you say F no, then what happens is you understand you can run. But the people that decide to stick around for it, understanding how harmful, toxic, abusive, painful, dejecting, how awful it can be, and you decide to remain, that's the question. There's people that have been abused. There's people that have gone through a whole lot of ISHT, ISHT. And people say, why would you deal with that? What I would say is because there's a reason that you don't understand. And there's something about that whole dynamic that makes it worthwhile for them. So while we sit there and we look at Chrisean as a victim, she's been a victim. She's been going through shit her whole life. She came from the streets of Baltimore, went through everything that she went through. So you think pain is anything for her? Do you really? She's about that bag. She's about that bread. So in the end, I believe that there's a choice that she made. And I believe within this dynamic, she is actually the person that holds the power. He may have the system, but you can have whatever system that you want if you don't have the appropriate tools to make it happen. I can have a jewelry store, but if I don't have gold and diamonds, then I ain't shit. And I just got silver, I ain't shit. So at this point, he's not the victim. She's not the victim. If we take a look and see, she's actually winning. But you gonna get your own, what's that called? Get your own Zeus membership, all right? There was more content, more conversation. This might have been a 2 or 3 part show. I can't lie, man. Peace to Andrea Lynch. That should mess with my spirit watching them too. Who knows? After season 2 is over, maybe I'll get y'all something on this maybe a couple of months later. But I had to find a nuance. Stop calling her a victim. Stop calling her a victim. I'm not disrespecting that sister. You can have a chick missing a tooth in the front and still look cute, and still look pretty. That's not a victim. She lost a tooth and leaves the shit out. And she still look cute. So in the end, she ain't no victim. Let's pay close attention to these relationships, and let's not allow our own personal politics and pill colors to determine what we feel is right and wrong, and just zoom your lens out macro to see everything that's going on, because therein lies the rub. So I want to thank each and every one of you guys for popping into this session of intellectual debauchery. I'm going to be more consistent with you guys. In about 72 hours, 3 days, we're going to have everything situated for the membership. And I'm going to be having some real conversations. And some of those conversations are going to be some live conversations where I'm going to pop up and just talk shit. Who knows? Maybe I'm going to be greedy and do the $9.99 where, you know, we set appointments and me and you could sit down for half an hour and just pop shit. And you pick my brain and I do the same. But I'm here. I never left. I just felt that it was important for me not to drop something until I felt like it meant something to me. I'm not better than anybody else. Other content creators I didn't come in this thing to make money. Money is cool. I didn't come in to make money. So I think that it's important for me to be able to respect myself in terms of what I put out. You know, and that's the difference between me and Blueface. But we're going to talk about it some more. So peace, love, light to each and every single one of you guys that support me, that put the fruit of your labor in and give me a super chat, that come through, hit the like button, you know, comment, subscribe, all of these different things. I sincerely appreciate you. You know, real talk. But I got more for your ass. So just stick around, all right? So now we're going to talk to the people that are normally part of the chef team. When we leave here, we don't just walk out. This is like a nightclub. I don't just kick you out of this bitch. I send each and every one of you guys out on a magic carpet that got a big ass V in the middle of it. Can somebody in the chat let these new folks know what that V is, what that stands for, please? Danique already dropped it. Vibing. You know why? I don't care what they say. We don't care. You know why? We vibing, we're driving all night mother effing long. Let's freaking go! Oh, damn, they messed up my moment. It was supposed to go. Go!
Club phone jump, it's the weekend. Julian coming through with the big friends. Hitting on doors, that's the defense. Rolling with all, that's the offense. It me change, you let me peachin'. With a bull shaking to my maybe drop pins. Today on buy and I say, today on buy you the give play. Baby, tell me what you want. Julian, I know you need fun. Ever since remember we been knocking at the door. Y'all be moving paper, we be running up the school. Y'all before that pill that we was sleeping on the floor. West side Africa, you know the shit ain't far. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Pop it, baby. Come roll with me. All night long. As times relax, my mind's relaxed. I got now from who got next. Here's my number, just send a text. You got a man and she responds, nah. Okay, showing up. I'ma let you go, don't wanna hold you up. I'ma call your phone when I'm putting up. Whoever let you go must be them as far. Wait far. Girl, you so fine, I pay for. Fly you first class to LA for. Body so blessed, I pray for. Body so blessed, I pray for. Because I don't care what you say. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. My nigga, I killed it. Night long. It's the part where you get your girl, nigga. Make sure she focused, nigga. Make sure you focus, nigga. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, hit it. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. I don't care what they say.
That's a hit for your ass, nigga. Hit for your ass, nigga. Profit the one. Follow me on all Instagram sites, PRO.
Vibing all night long. Yeah, my voice is raspy, so you ain't gonna get good falsettos.